understood, they only meant better for them. They only meant great for them. But you need to understand that better for them means worse for you. And great for them means misery for you. Okay, so we've been talking about what has been done to you. What has happened to you. The bankruptcies, the layoffs, the homelessness, the debt, the murders by the security forces, the suicide. Numbers don't lie. This has all happened to you. I mean, on the one hand, I shouldn't even have to tell you what has happened to you, since it has happened to you. You should know it. You should know it very well. You should know it better than anyone. But of course, one of the other things that has happened to you, in fact, your entire life, has been the constant infliction of cognitive dissonance and malicious confusion inflicted on you by your politicians, by your media, by your education system, and so forth. So many of you are incapable of even understanding what you see with your own eyes and what you suffer with your own life. Because you live in a society where you are made to feel crazy if you see something and call it what it is. So either you stop calling things what they are, or you convince yourself that you haven't seen anything, that you didn't even see anything, and you just change the subject. You don't think about it, you don't talk about it. So I know that a lot of you actually only understand the things that I've told you on an unspoken level, on an unconscious level, on an internal level. You don't say it, you don't acknowledge it, you don't recognize it, you don't talk about it, you never even processed it. You have never computed it, you've never calculated it to try to be able to understand what has happened to you, what is happening to you, and what that means is going to happen to you. But okay, I've talked about the metrics of collapse that you are undergoing. Some of the metrics of collapse, not all of them. You never understood. They only meant better for them. They only meant great for them. But you need to understand that better for them means worse for you. And great for them means misery for you. Okay, so we've been talking about what has been done to you. What has happened to you. The bankruptcies, the layoffs, the homelessness, the debt, the murders by the security forces, the suicide. Numbers don't lie. This has all happened to you. I mean, on the one hand, I shouldn't even have to tell you what has happened to you, since it has happened to you. You should know it. You should know it very well. You should know it better than anyone. But of course, one of the other things that has happened to you, in fact, your entire life, has been the constant infliction of cognitive dissonance and malicious confusion inflicted on you by your politicians, by your media, by your education system, and so forth. So many of you are incapable of even understanding what you see with your own eyes and what you suffer with your own life. Because you live in a society where you are made to feel crazy if you see something and call it what it is.
Yeah, true.
So either you stop calling things what they are, or you convince yourself that you haven't seen anything.
Very true.
That you didn't even see anything, and you just change the subject. You don't think about it, you don't talk about it.
Very true.
So I know that a lot of you actually only understand the things that I've told you on an unspoken level, on an unconscious level, on an internal level. You don't say it, you don't acknowledge it, you don't recognize it, you don't talk about it, you never even processed it. You have never computed it, you've never calculated it to try to be able to understand what has happened to you, what is happening to you, and what that means is going to happen to you.
True.
But okay, I've talked about the metrics of collapse that you are undergoing.
True.
Some of the metrics of collapse, not all of them. If I was going to talk about all of them, I don't think that list would ever end. But while all of that was happening to you, something else was happening to them, or for them rather, happening for them, for the elites, for the rich, for the powerful in your country. It's all happening in the same country, during the same years, during the same time frame, but two completely different experiences.
Can you dare believe it? There's actually a light that never runs out of power. Lift it and it turns on. Close it and it turns off.
Family. Shai Bolton is one leader who's always spoken about the affairs of America. He's usually not shy to call out leaders who want to take advantage of everyday Americans. And family, in this video, Shai Bolton tries to speak about the empire in ashes. In this case, he means that America is actually in a falling trajectory. that America is going down and it is falling. America is burning to ashes under the leadership of Donald J. Trump. He has tried so much to try and explain this phenomenon to Americans to understand with the ways of living that America is facing today. Family, I'm talking about joblessness. I am trying to talk about the police brutality, the killings, the homelessness, the hopelessness that many Americans have today. Many folks cannot be able to afford life in the United States of America. And that just shows how America is actually on a falling trajectory. Nothing.
Yeah, I've just been out there, and I am not joking. It is hard out there. It's only because I can spin webs, but it is hard out there. A lot of people have broken down. A lot of people, their businesses, what they've had, I'm like, rah, broken down. It is hard out there. I've just come from there. It's very, very hard. And the bell rings, and they can't spin a web. They don't know how to spin webs. With Yahuwah, they don't know how to spin webs. Not at all. We're doing no crime as well. We're not hurting nobody, and still getting what you need. Yahuwah, you're still there.
Nothing good is coming out of America over the last few months, especially in the second term of Donald Trump's presidency. Life has become very, very difficult. And family, the MAGA movement has now turned to be something else. You know, any time that the government has something better, you know, it usually means that it is worse for the citizens of the United States of America. When they say they want to make America greater, that means they want to put Americans into misery. And family, that is exactly what Trump has done with his MAGA cause. And family, Shai bolts and tries to explain the same for the American people to get to understand that indeed America is falling under the leadership of Donald J. Trump. I don't want this to be like a warning to many Americans, or rather a wake-up call, because America is slowly getting, you know, from bad to worse. And family, this video is one that is very, very instrumental to guide Americans on whatever they should be doing in the coming months. Family, in a special way, I just want to give credit to Shai Bolts and go beyond credit to the original
I like that. I'm going to take that.
From this video, I am doing it for educational purposes. So family, let us watch the video all the way to the end. Once it's done, we will be back and we'll be doing a critical analysis about the same. In a special way, I'd also want to take the opportunity to thank my subscribers who are supporting this channel by buying me a coffee. I do not take your support for granted. The link for buying a coffee is on the description box down below. Let us watch the video. We'll be right back.
Look, this is not a hypothesis on my part. This is a description of what has already happened.
Rich man.
They're setting it up to happen again. They're setting up another crisis to happen again for the consequences to fall at your feet. Now, I want you to hold two pictures in your mind, two images in your mind at the same time. Okay? Picture number one is everything that we talked about earlier. Everything that I was telling you about earlier. 771,000 homeless people on a single night in January.
70,000. Let me hear that figure again.
Everything that I was telling you about earlier. Okay? Picture number one is everything that we talked about earlier. Everything that I was telling you about earlier. 771,000 homeless people.
771,000 homeless people. So that's like what, 3/4 of a meal? Something like that, guys? But you're giving billions to your mates and bombing this and paying for weaponry this and it's costing you $1 million every day to move stuff around as well. And you got all these homeless children in your America and you're not even that's the
Hold two pictures in your mind, two images in your mind at the same time. Okay? Picture number one is everything that we talked about earlier. Everything that I was telling you about earlier. 771,000 homeless people on a single night in January in America. One eviction filing every 6 minutes in Phoenix, Arizona for an entire year. 25,000 business bankruptcies in 2025. Suicide entering the top 10 causes of death in America for the first time in history.
Why?
Median American purchasing power down 5% since 2021.
Why?
Now picture number two, the combined wealth, the combined wealth of American billionaires surged to $8.1 trillion at the end of 2025. That's up from $6.7 trillion a year earlier. That's $1.4 trillion in increase in just 12 months. That's $116 billion per month, $26 billion per week, $3.8 billion per day,
Trying to say
and
it.
around $3 million per second.
Trying to say it.
Then the top 15 billionaires, the people who have more than $100 billion each, they saw their wealth increase by 33% in 2025, more than double the S&P 500's own gains in that same period. Now, Oxfam, the International Poverty Fighting Organization, they calculated that the $2.5 trillion rise in global billionaire wealth in 2025, that alone would have been enough to eliminate extreme poverty on the planet Earth 26 times over.
Oh,
Understand, I'm not talking about the wealth, the total wealth that they own. I'm just talking about the amount of money by which their wealth increased in the course of 1 year.
1 year.
So in 2024 they were here, in 2025 they were here. And the money that they made that got them from here to here, that money in that gap is enough to eliminate extreme poverty on this planet 26 times over.
You hear that, miss?
Eliminate it, not fund programs to help with poverty, not make progress in decreasing poverty, no, eliminate it. You can eliminate it 26 times over. We don't have to be vague, we can name names. Let's name names. Elon Musk. Elon Musk, before the COVID pandemic, in March 2020, his wealth was approximately $25 billion, 25. At the end of 2025, his wealth had ballooned to $726 billion. That's a 2,800% increase in just 5 years.
Whoa.
Not 28%, not 280%, 2,800% in 5 years, okay? He did not do that by selling Teslas. He did not do that by any sort of productive work. He did that by means of financialization and cronyism. Because yes, in case you missed it, this is the same con man, Elon Musk, who was handed control of the federal government's financial and data infrastructure with zero congressional authorization, with no oversight mechanism.
Family, it is very, very sad
Yeah.
that our own president of the United States of America does not care about his people. All he cares about is the rich billionaires who actually supported him during the campaign period. Fam, this is so sad and unfair because many Americans are struggling. They cannot be able to put food on their table, and this is becoming an issue that is becoming, the problem to the state of the United States of America. Family, when you look at the cost of living, this should be the biggest crisis in America today. And that is why this video, Shay Bolson says that America is an empire in ashes. And it actually makes more sense when you look at the struggles of everyday Americans today, having in mind that they were promised by their president that once he takes over office, he'll ensure that their interests are put first. We are not seeing that so far under his leadership. I want us to continue listening to Shai Bolson as he tries to warn Americans against this regime that is taking from them and ensuring that this empire actually falls just like Babylon.
So if you tried to put a CD or DVD in your laptop anymore, well, good luck. Because today, they don't come with CD or DVD drives. Back in the day, they all had them standard. And now if you want to watch a DVD, it's tough luck. And you've got to find a different alternative. Well, check this thing out that I just got right here. This is an external CD DVD player, and the cord is such a cool design. Look at the back of this. It's literally built into the unit, and it has a regular size USB and a USB-C.
With no accountability structure, nothing. And his company holds something like $3 billion in federal contracts. And he used his access to cut the regulatory agencies that oversee the industries that he works in. He fired the people whose job it was to investigate him. And they watch his money grow. Just 30 billionaire families spent $1.4 billion to try to help Donald Trump get back in office with campaign donations and so forth. Now their collective wealth grew by $408 billion in 2025. That's a 37.5% return on their political investment in just 12 months.
Greedy, innit? Real greedy, innit? Greedy. Really greedy, innit? In a special way. You know who are? He's going to smash you up. But you know one thing Father hates, right? He absolutely hates people, right, who are just so greedy for money, right? And then you see children and adults hungry, children and adults homeless, children and adults committing suicide because of you. Now, many people are saying, good, serve the rights of the Americans, good. No, they was tricked. They was tricked. The people were tricked. Right? And if you was in their situation, you would have gone along with it as well. They'd chuck and give you stuff. What would you have done? You'd have done the same thing, man. Don't be horrible to white people. Don't be horrible to them, because now it's turned on them completely. And they find it even more difficult because we've lived like this most of our lives. Now they're living like this now. And that is very difficult to just jump over like that. Right? Especially when you've been forced to jump over like that. I mean, they're taking away their jobs, they're taking away their homes, because they got all them homes on HP, so to speak. Right? And they can't pay this thing now because they're putting it up more. They're sacking them from their jobs. So it's the job that pays for the HP, remember? Right? So it's a domino effect. That's what's going on now, guys. Because you put your trust in that system. Even if you did, Grandma says every mickle, son, makes a muckle. Right? So before you finish that one, before you get that one. But they said, no, get that one, and get that one, and don't worry, I will give you a loan. Get it. They encourage you. So when they're ready now to do the domino effect, this is what we're seeing. And you've got a lot of people saying, good, so you like white people. No, 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 no. They need help. They need spiritual guidance. And this is where Jesus comes in, guys. Because he will forgive you. He will forgive you, done. Even I've forgiven you for the horrible stuff you've done. Because it's not you, it's the kings. But they're not kings because they've got no birthright. So they're not kings. They just call themselves kings, right? It's just a title, right? There is nothing in there. It's just a title. They just title themselves, these sons. Right? But what you need to do now is forget about what's going on there. I mean, World Cup, you can't even go into World Cup now because they're saying, you come from Somalia. So what? I don't like Somalians. So you're not coming in. And if you are coming in, none of your fans are coming in. This is World Cup. So what they're doing now is turning World Cup races. Where is World Cup? In Merrimaca. Where is Merrimaca? Sorry, America. And this is where this thing is, World Cup, in America. Out of all places to put it, you put it in America. Out of all places. Now, my advice to the children, right? Don't go, guys. Don't go to that World Cup. Right? Because they're using colour. And you don't even know what it's going to be like in there. Like the fans that are in there. Right? And probably it's controlled by these racist people. Right? Not meaning the fans or the white people. The kings. So-called kings. Right? And if you're in that arena, they're going to stir something up in there, bro. Because what Father says, right, guys? Stay put. Be still. That's what it actually says. Be still. Which means stay at home. That's what it means. Ain't time for going to World Cup. Not time to get pregnant. I told you already. Right? Ain't time for going on holiday. It's time to be still. Stay at home. I told you, get all your stuff you need to survive. Go and get your generator. Get stuff at home. Build your church. But you're going World Cup. And the man's saying, I don't want this, I don't want that there. And it's causing friction already. Home. The church. Be still. That's what it says. Home. It's a choice though. You can be still or you can go to the World Cup. It's a choice. In my opinion, be still. You're safer at home and you've got spirits at home. And you've got your community. Be still at home because you're going to need to know your community then for what's coming. May I tell you?
Think about that. Think about that. Think about what a 37.5 return on investment means. Investment return on your investment means how much did you make compared to how much you put in. That's what a return is.
That's right.
The best hedge funds in the world target just a 15 to 20% return annually. Those 30 families made 37.5% in a single year. Not on the stock market, on their political spending. That's how they made that money. 60% of billionaire wealth today comes from inheritance, comes from monopoly power, or it comes from crony connection. Meaning the political relationships that they have. The political relationships they have that can generate government contracts, that can generate favorable regulations and protection from competition. Not from building things, not from innovation, not from providing services, from their positioning. So you see, we're talking about a very insulated, self-reinforcing, corrupt class that has found a way to continuously inflate their wealth while being completely disconnected from the real economy.
I know.
Which makes the real economy superfluous to them. And that makes it, if it's superfluous to them, then that makes it superfluous to policymakers, the policymakers that they control. It makes it superfluous to the state. It makes it superfluous to the politicians that they employ. You understand? And you and I exist and operate in the real economy. The economy that they don't care about at all.
Exactly.
That's the economy that you and I live in. Okay, so now let's talk about what's been happening inside of the corporations themselves. The vehicles, like I say. The corporations are just vehicles. They're just these giant helium canisters that inflate the financialized wealth of the parasitic elite. So in 2024,
Yeah.
the average CEO of an S&P.
I've seen it. What's happening, guys? I just seen it now. What's happening, guys? Yeah. I just seen it. Everyone alright? Hope you're doing good, guys. And I hope you're being still. Don't go to no damn World Cup, man. What do you want to go there for? So they can come and disrespect you? You know what I mean? No, just stay at home, man. You don't need to go to a World Cup and get yourself treated like some... I have no idea how they're treating him, right? But not even the referee, who is Somalian, can get in. And he's a referee for the World Cup. Why? Because he's Somali, can't get in. And then when you're asking him, he says, oh, you know, there's some things we just can't talk about. Like the thing's secret. Rasta.
500 company was paying $18.9 million in total compensation. That's 285 times what the median worker at the same...
Do remember, none of these sons, right, are kings. None of them are kings. They behave like they're kings. And don't forget to know, what was he talking about today? We're talking about the same damn kings. Where? Kings 2. Because on the Bible there's Kings 1 and Kings 2. Kings 2, chapter 23, right? We went up to verse 10. And what was that telling you about? These kings burning children. Who? From Moloch. And I did ask you guys, right, Kings 2, chapter 23. I did ask you for me if you would read it so you can understand what the kings was doing. But there was one king in 23 who burnt it all down. You know the places where they go to give the children to burn, and they got these poles that you got gay men going around the poles and women and all that. He went there, this king here, in 23, and he burnt it all down. The toilet place where they go and give the children to Moloch, and then Moloch just has the child and says, is it firstborn? He says, this one isn't. He said, I'll still take it. I like the blood on it. And he just burns it. And this is, right, the Ben Hammon Valley. That's what it's called. The sons of Ben Hammon. That place there is just designed to burn sons. The fire of the valley of the Ben Hammon. Hannon, Hammon, is the valley where you bring a child and they burn a child. But this guy here, this king, right, he smashed it all down, right? And father said, wow, my boy king. And then what happened? He passed away, right? Because obviously we're not mortal, are we? So what happens? His son from the seed, his son now becomes king, right? So, you know, guys, we're expecting ing, the same behavior. Like father, like son. What did the son do? The complete opposite. He did all the evil that all the others did. Burnt children. Read the thing. Kings and Chronicles, right, tells you about these kings burning children, right? Doing sacrifices to gods, to pagan gods. And this is why Father created children like Hebrews to not do it. But the children of the Hebrews are doing it. They're taking their own children and burning to earth. Read the thing. He's not foreign children he's burning. He's burning his own Hebrew sons. So it just goes to show you how powerful this thing is, because the same damn children lynched their own king. I don't believe it. Rasta, get your phone out. Or get your Bible out. Where are we going? We're going to Acts, A-C-T-S, Acts, right? Time. What time is it? It's 10:39. Chapter 10, verse 39. What does it say? We are witnesses. Shush. What does it say? We are witnesses. So there's witnesses there. That Judea and Jerusalem lynched their own king off a tree. Doesn't it say that? Their own Hebrew children lynched Jesus off our own tree. There it is there. I mean, you got it in your book and you can't see it. They're telling you about he died on the cross. The cross is a pagan nonsense time. That's one of their high symbols. Nobody died on a cross. Because in them days, you got lynched in them days. And the thing was, you had to cut them down before nightfall, because the guts would come out if you left them, right? And that happened to Judah, the boy who set up Jesus. They left him up there and all these guts come out and because he sold out. And these are Hebrew sons. And he even put the magic in Judah. So he's touching people and they're waking up who's dead. They got disease, he's touching them. Them healthy like chicken and rice. And he still sold him out for 30 pieces of silver and some other nonsense done. So it's not just the Hebrew children. This thing is serious, guys. Burning children, right? And the author, right? And the bank account manager for that behavior is modern Israel. Why? No, 2 nations are inside you, darling. One is red and hairy, and the other is brown. Now, because of our behavior, we've got no power. And he's given us to them to do whatever we want, because we want to be like that. We want to burn our kids and do all sorts of stuff. I said, yeah, all right, go on, I'm going to give you them. And take your riches and do what you want with them for 400 years. Just do what you want. Is it making sense now, guys? So let's go to Kings 2, chapter 23, and see what other kings were doing to their own children, right? And then we can kind of get an idea of what world we're living in. And then, after you've read that, beautiful children, we go straight to modern Israel. That's the dance. They control this behavior. They are implying this behavior. And if you're braver than that, then go to the Talmud. And it says, I control all Gentiles. You are the Gentiles, guys. Rasta.
Company earned. You understand? To put that in human terms, that median worker at any of these companies would have had to begin working in the year 1740 and work every single day for almost 300 years just to earn what that CEO earned in 2024 alone.
Burning children, man.
You know, the CEO of Starbucks, Brian Nichol, he was paid $97.8 million in annualized compensation in 2024. The median Starbucks worker, say a barista, was paid annually $14,674.
So not only are they burning children, right? They're using children as pornography, and these men are having some serious fun. Kids, if you're listening, close your ears. They're having some serious fun with children, sexual fun, seeing children in pain. They get gratification of seeing a child in pain. It's ridiculous. They carry the child in the arm, and you see them getting kisses of child. And in the Quran, right? In the Quran, it says to those prophets who are just dreamer prophets, because when, right? When you know Muhammad, peace be upon him, the boy the son, when he says to them, the prophets who haven't been told to prophesy, those guys, when he says you've prophesied real good today, right? Your treat is to get a kiss of an adolescent boy. It says it in that book. Why? Because that book was written by a man's hand, Quran. And the poor Muslim boys don't even know they're my brother. They don't even know their father is Abraham. They don't even know they are Ishmael children. They don't even know who they are. They don't even know who they are. You have nothing to do with Muslim. There's no such thing as it's made up. There's no such thing as it's written by a man's hand. I know it's hard to hear. I know from your generation of this one and this generation and that, you just walked into it. But you never looked at the roots of it. No, not the roots, the DNA. All you saw was the leaves of it. Right? You didn't go because your parents done it, your grandpa, and you just followed it. No. 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 There's only one book. There's many carbon copies and there are many blueprints, but there's only one book. Right? And the Christians have it. And we have it. That is the right book. Because there's only a spirit in it. They might have changed the words and changed the names, but they didn't change the spirit. So the Christians have the right book, and we have it. And this is why Father said, come, I need a favor. Come, I'm bringing you in. Romans chapter 11, verse 11. I need a favor. Come and do this to these kids for me for 400 years. So he's got something going on with you. I'm telling you. Why would he give you his children and then tell you to come in after? This is what the book says, not what I'm saying. So stop listening to these kings, man. Right? And be still in your yard, man. Right? And turn your yard into a church. Beautiful children. It's not joking, serious though.
Ratio of 6,666 to 1. So the average Starbucks worker would need to have started working in 4,643 BC during the Stone Age to earn what their CEO earned in 1 year. You understand? A barista would have to work over 6,000 years to earn what the CEO makes every year. Meanwhile, what the barista makes in 1 year, the CEO makes in 1 hour.
Wickedness, man.
Now look at the long-term trajectory, how this has been developing, the CEO salaries.
Pull up. I've just come out from outside, right? I've been there for about a year. St. Werbert's, my stomping ground. And whoa, it's so hard. The people who had things going on, they got nothing now. The shop that's there, they've been fighting non-stop. There's blood there, everything. It's in tea. It's proper ghetto. Even I had to argue with people because it says no parking, don't park there. Well, my mate's space is there. People want to park there. So I have to go and get, you know the baskets? I have to go and put a basket there and a basket there. And then they say, oh, I know him, so I can just park there for a minute. I said, listen, whether you know him or not, it's not the issue. Yeah, you can't park here. It says no parking there. It says no parking there. It doesn't matter whether you know him or not. And I mean, arguing with arrogant people who just cannot take no for an answer, who cannot take rejection, but not with this child here, not with me, not with me. And in the end, you have to just go. You're damn right, done, because common sense just says no. It says no parking. Who the hell do you think you are? About you're only going to be 1 minute. It says not 1 minute. It says no parking. And this is what's wrong with this world. Well, this is what's wrong with it, right? They accept bad things. You know, that says not to do. No, we can do it. We don't care about your law. Do as you will. So we're not in that law. We're in the law of the earth. And the earth says the sky will bless you if you do truth. The ground will bless you if you do truth. Any, right? One little piece, right? Of any unrighteousness, right? In a very special way. Instantly, it comes upon you. Because that's the law of the earth. Now, these children, the Hebrews, they have a sown law in them. Sown. You do good righteousness, right? It glorifies you in it. Right? You do any unrighteousness, you perish in it. Perish. And then when the thing comes out of you, it just sits in this honor. Right? And then when it comes out of the warm womb, it goes straight into there. So we already got laws, but then these kings, who are not kings, put their laws in and says, right, we do as we will. It's the whole law. And then they say, which fool write that law? And then you look and say, uh-oh, the violent devil child. And it's the Cowley. And he wrote that. He's a devil child. These are devil children that run this dance, guys. So we need to just be still. And get to know the book and get the Jesus cover. Not the Christian nonsense they're telling you. Right? And he's not going to answer you. Sorry. He's not going to answer you to Jesus. His name is Yeshua. I know you can't remember that. You can remember Emmanuel. He will answer you to that. And Emmanuel means Yahuwah, Elohim, is with you. That's what his name means. Father is with you. So not only have you got Father with you, you've also got the Son. So when you call the Son, the Father's already in it. And then when you get him back into you now, you've got two of them. And then wherever you are in your journey, which is naught, which is brilliant, then they'll pick you up at naught. And then you'll go with their energy. Not there, you'll go with their energy. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Because they know what you want. They know what you need. The stuff that I needed today, he timed it perfectly for everything that I needed. And I had no money. Timed it perfectly. But the greatest thing, what we're not doing, when we go out there and we make something happen, we're like, yeah, I've done it. No. What you need to do is praise him. Tell him, it was you, man. What Father? You did talk to him. Don't think it was me, I just talk. No. Father Jesus, when they do good things to you, when you're in tune with them, when you're going for something, right? They know what you need, but I'm not joking. I got everything. I had to even phone him. No. As soon as I got it, then Father made him phone me, say, Tia, you all right? I said, guess what just happened? And he's like, he just praised him. I said, yeah, I got to thank him, because it's him that does it, man. Weird. It's not me, like, yeah, just me. No, it's not. It's nonsense. That's this world. Me. It separates you from this world. That's what it does. It separates you from this. And if you're separated from this, you're separated from mum, from dad, from grandma, grandpa, disabled, cripples, carers, high carers, and everyone who is into humanity. They put laws in. We protect girls. We also protect women. But we don't protect nursing infants. And we're like, yeah, all right, cool. No. What the hell's going on, guys? You cannot be a nation if you cannot protect children. Because you and me were once children. And telling the truth, we're still children because we haven't grown. The flesh grows, it's mentioned on the time span. right? But this thing hasn't grown because it hasn't been nurtured or watered, right? So we need to learn how to do that before they come, because when they come now, we're going to be like, whoa, because they're not coming for this. They're coming for this. They're coming for this. This is what they're coming for, this.
Versus the worker salaries. In 1978, the CEO to worker pay, the ratio was 31 to 1. By 2024, it was 281 to 1, nearly a tenfold increase. CEO compensation grew 1,094% from 1978 to 2024. Worker compensation grew just 26% over that same period. That's less than inflation, meaning that workers effectively went backwards in terms of their real purchasing power, while CEO...
Sorry, Bob, sorry. That goes two places, right? That either goes to the worms, or it burns. It either goes to the worms, this, or it burns the flesh. But not this. Now they make sure this whole system that you don't understand this at all. All you know is about his wealth and stuff and apps and nonsense and it's a direct. It's a distraction. It's a distraction, guys. It's a distraction, and in the bills with it, and in the addiction, whether it's smoking, drinking, drugs, sex, gambling, please, murder, rape, sex, please, nothing but nastiness, nothing, and then porn on children is so sky high. Right, I guarantee you, sister, if you can get your husband's phone or your boyfriend's phone or a male's phone, if you can just get it somehow and get yourself in the toilet and have a look at it, you would divorce him or you would leave him. Take it from me. I am telling you something. I am Rasta.
CEOs made more than 10 times more than they made in 1978. At the 100 S&P 500 companies that have the lowest paid workers, the companies on the S&P 500 that pay their frontline people the least amount of money, the CEO to worker pay ratio, was 632 to 1, more than double the S&P 500 average. Okay, these companies, these same 100 companies, spent $644 billion on stock and share buybacks between 2019 and 2024. Pandemic and post-pandemic. First administration of MAGA and the administration of Build Back Better. Okay, at 22 of these companies, the median worker's pay actually fell. It actually fell in nominal terms before accounting for inflation over 6 years. You understand? Nominal means even before adjusting for rising prices. Means their pay dropped in absolute numbers, while inflation reduced what those numbers could actually buy, what their salaries could actually buy. Build Back Better. You understand? Look at what they were building, and look at what they were demolishing, and look at what they built by demolishing. You understand me? There's a company called Ulta Beauty, which is a cosmetics retailer. Their median worker pay fell 46% over the last 6 years. But CEO pay surged 45%. The CEO now earns 1,130 times the median worker. And the company spent 3 times as much on stock buybacks as on capital improvements, meaning they spent 3 times more money enriching shareholders than they spent maintaining or that they spent developing their actual business. Are you starting to see how this works now? Why nobody at the top of your economy actually cares about the economy, the real economy, the economy that you and I actually live in, the economy that you and I actually operate in, why none of it matters to them, why inflation doesn't matter to them, tariffs don't matter to them, trade wars don't matter to them, and so forth. I mean, we can talk about inflation, we can talk about how they actually profited from inflation. You know, inflation means the price is going up, right? The price is going up, the cost of goods, the cost of services, and so forth, increasing faster than people's income is increasing. So as you know, from 2021 until 2024, cumulative consumer prices in America rose by more than 20%. That means something that cost $100 in 2021 costs $120 by 2024.
Every 40 seconds a car gets stolen somewhere. Don't wait until it's yours. Dealing with stolen items, lost keys, wallets, or even a missing pet happens more often than we like to admit. Most people lose things in everyday places, at home, in the car, or while running errands, but can't
rains from the sky.
Bystanders rushed to help as the victim windows, despite appeal following a knife attack in Tonight at 10, violent scenes in locations across Northern Ireland after a man is charged with attempted murder following a knife attack in Belfast. Protesters set fire to a bus in East Belfast, and masked men have been kicking in doors and breaking windows despite appeals for calm from police and politicians. This was the aftermath of the knife attack. Bystanders rushed to help as the victim was repeatedly attacked. The suspect is a refugee who arrived in the UK 3 years ago.
We've seen burning barricades on the streets of Belfast tonight, and here a bus was set on fire. We've also seen some buildings targeted. The police have appealed for calm, but there has been sporadic disorder across the city.
Also tonight, President Trump says Iran has shot down a US helicopter patrolling the Strait of Hormuz, and he's vowed to respond. Fear of children.
Did you hear that? Did you hear it though? Did you hear the noise of it? Did you hear it? And these are all children. Did you hear the noise of it? Did you hear the noise? You know how scary it is, guys? Do you hear how scary it is? That is really scary, and this country hasn't been through it yet, but it's coming. It's coming, because you bring that to all third world countries. You do, so it's coming back to you though. But that is soft to what Father's going to bring. But this is what I tell you about the noise, because the noise is scary. The noise scares me, man. You're damn right it does. And it's for your kings. Your kings. Your kings with no birthright. So how can you be a king if you've got no damn birthright, you damn tramp? You don't even know what birthright is. Right? It's a special spiritual life. You have no idea.
And he's vowed to respond.
Damn true.
Fear of children trapped in Myanmar's civil war. We have a special report as the ruling junta intensifies attacks on rebel-held areas.
Why would you hit them?
Myanmar's military stronger than it's been in a long time.
That's what you do, show bad stuff.
Got more air power.
It's
got more manpower.
No, he's a bully. That's what he is.
It's had help from Russia,
Damn trying.
from China.
Excuse me. This is why we struggle to understand why you would go into the war. We're in the army. Now, let me ask you again. Why would you go into the army? Have you seen these wicked so-called kings? They wear these expensive linen, right? And if you see what's on the breast, they got all these badges to say, I conquered this place, I murdered these people, I bombed this one, right? I terrorized that one. And they walk around like it's something. Boy, you have no idea, because every blood you shed, right? Number 3, hands that shed innocent blood, is closer for you and your family and everyone who's connected to you to get theirs. Don't worry, man, it's in the poster, right? It could have first class, it could have second class, it could have recorded delivery, it could even special delivery. Either way, it's in the post. Beware.
Serena Williams is back with a bang.
Get right.
And she returns 4 years after retiring. Serena Williams wins on court at the Queen's Club in London.
In the West, the daughter who killed her mother because she couldn't cope with her care is jailed for 8 years. And heavens above, the vicar climbing a church spire to bless the weather vane. See you in 30 minutes.
Good evening. There have been some violent scenes in locations across Northern Ireland tonight after a man was charged with attempted murder following a knife attack in Belfast, footage of which has been widely circulated online. Police have described the alleged attacker as a Sudanese man in his 30s, and the Home Office has confirmed that he was given refugee status after entering the UK in 2023. Despite police and politicians making repeated calls for calm on the streets, tonight a bus and some other vehicles have been set on fire in Belfast during disorder at an anti-immigration demonstration. The attack happened at 10:30 last night in North Belfast on Kinnaird Avenue, 2 miles from the city centre. The victim is in hospital, where his condition is described as serious. He has injuries to his face, eyes and back. We are not showing the footage of the attack, but I must warn you that Chris Page's report may still be distressing. Let's join Chris now in Belfast. Chris.
Yes, Rita, police and politicians had expressed concern earlier today that there could be street violence in Northern Ireland, and indeed this evening police are dealing with unrest in some areas. Now, this comes about 24 hours after the knife attack in North Belfast, which was condemned by political leaders both in Northern Ireland and in Westminster as brutal, barbaric and horrific. While we're not using most of the footage that has been circulating online, I should still warn you that my report does contain some graphic images. Trouble tonight after appeals for protests to stay peaceful. In Newtonabbey, a crowd attacked a house used by immigrants. It's one of a number of violent incidents on a night of demonstrations, 24 hours after a knife attack in North Belfast.
You silly woman.
Footage showed several people rushing to confront the alleged attacker. Beforehand, a man was seen kneeling on top of the victim, stabbing at his head and neck with a knife. Police say the members of the public he intervened showed incredible bravery. An online fundraising page has been started for the man with the hurling stick, Matt McKiernan. Local residents told us what they saw, on condition their identities were protected.
My partner had shouted out, "What's wrong?" I says, "He's beating him."
Why?
And then the next thing I heard the metal hitting the floor, and I knew instantly it was a knife. I shouted down, "Ring the police, he's stabbing him, he's stabbing him."
Seeing that and knowing that it's happened where there's kids playing every other day, that scares me.
Police have recovered a kitchen knife from the scene here. They say the victim suffered significant eye injuries and slash wounds to his back and face, and he's in a serious condition in hospital. This evening, detectives charged a man with attempted murder. He's 30 and is Sudanese. The Home Office has said he has leave to remain in the UK until 2028, after being granted refugee status in 2023. Police believe he travelled from Sudan to Paris and then Dublin.
From my current understanding, he then travelled from Dublin to Belfast by bus on the 10th of February of 2023 and claimed asylum on that date. There is no trace of this suspect on any of our national security databases, and he was not known to the police service of Northern Ireland.
The leaders of Northern Ireland's power-sharing devolved government stood beside the Chief Constable.
I called for the maximum amount of information to be given to people because I think people have the right to know. In terms of the information that we have heard thus far, and I accept that there will be more details to come out, but what is clear is that this was a man that went through a number of other safe countries before he came to Northern Ireland.
People are feeling a bag of emotions about what they have witnessed over the course of yesterday evening and into this morning. But my message today is one of calm, and don't allow those people that don't care about people here to incite hatred, to incite fear. Don't allow those people who are faceless to orchestrate campaigns and on the streets.
That call for calm was echoed in Westminster.
The most important thing is that this was a terrible attack on an individual, and we need to support the police as they carry on with their investigation. There's no justification for it at all, but we don't want to see any violence or disorder as a result of it. Peaceful protest, yes. The violence, that is not what should happen in the United Kingdom.
But there has been disruption and destruction in parts of Northern Ireland in the last 2 hours. Here in East Belfast, flames, smoke and roadblocks show the disorder that police are dealing with. Chris Page, BBC News, Belfast.
That's our correspondent Dan Johnson, who's in Belfast in one of the areas where disorder has broken out. What have you seen, Dan?
Yes, this is Newton Nards Road, just south of Belfast City Centre. This is where there was a
in the mood. Body tricky when the lyrics in the mood. It got me on the floor. The bicycle passing. It was a ride in the town.
Quite a large crowd earlier of maybe 100, 150 people gathered here for a couple of hours in protest. Lots of them young people with masks or balaclavas. And you can see in the middle of the road here where they pushed bins together that were then set on fire. And then actually a bus that had to stop in the middle of the road because of the traffic being blocked. That bus actually caught fire. The fire's just about extinguished now, but there's not much left of that bus. And this is the sort of thing that we've seen in a few places across the city this evening. Just around the corner from here, we've just heard that a house of multiple occupancy, essentially a house that's been converted to flats, has been targeted by a crowd who tried to set that on fire. We've seen pictures of the fire service and police officers actually bringing families out of those buildings through the flames to safety. So there is a real risk to life on the streets this evening. The police, the authorities, all day long have been calling for calm, have been calling for people not to gather or to protest in peace. And although we have seen that in some places, what we are seeing is that there is damage, there is destruction, there has been property that has been burned, and there has been a threat to life in some places. Tomorrow, the individual who was involved in the incident last night will appear in court. It's already a potential flashpoint going on into this evening, and we could see more of this carrying on tomorrow.
I hope everyone's doing good. What baby are you? I hear a man say, I'm a Thursday baby. What baby am I? Someone said, you're Tuesday. You're damn right. Tuesday, the 11th of May, 1971. Do you know what? That was the same day that Bob Marley passed away. But that was in 1981. It was. That was a horrible birthday, that was. Remember that yesterday.
Okay, Dan Johnson, thank you. In Belfast there. Well, you can go straight to Westminster and to Chris Mason. And Chris, lots of calls for calm, but are there different messages coming from the parties?
There are different messages, as you'd expect, but there are some themes being teased away at as well. Because while there have
neighbours, when you start being horrible, forget all that forget all that stupidness, yeah? You need to stay at home and then come out in your neighbourhood and get to know your neighbours, because when this thing goes on, you'll be talking. You'll be talking, right? But we don't need that to make us talk. We need to be talking to our neighbours, because we've got neighbours here, right, that you don't even know who they are. Do you know people here, right, have died? They've been in their house 4 or 5 days, and people don't even know if they're dead. One person was over there, and they died for months, and you didn't know they was in there. Because of this place here, you got hierarchy, like Donald Trump, little stupid idiot kings here, and they bully the vulnerable people here. That's what they do. But I'm here, and that's why they don't like me. That's why they say I bully them. But now, they will tell you it's rubbish, because truth has to be told. How the hell can I bully someone? I'm a damn child, you damn liar. You are the bully, you's not. And it's going to be proven.
Different incidents.
Right? Because anywhere where you find vulnerable people, you find bullies, right? They've even got a 666 private number plate car here. Mercedes. 666 private. So it can't be a mistake. Why? Because it's private.
At different times in recent months and years around the UK, there are some patterns that are discernible.
Because they're in a Satan world.
The frequency with which incidents are videoed.
You need to be in a father's world and drive a 666 private number plate. But it's alright, because when Father comes, he knows where to go. You're still there. The angels have got their eye on that since the day you brought it out, you damn silly boy.
Shared online, recurring questions that there often are about.
If you think it be unsafe, right, then, and only then, will you see this sudden destruction. And I can guarantee you, you will not see Satan, and you will not see his Israel children. They'll already be underneath their bunkers. They've been going in there regular, because those are bombs are dropping. They've got their bunkers made. But what they're forgetting, that Father showed you, what do I do to the earth? I say, turn into putty, and it turns into putty. You've seen it. People are having meals, that's when they go underground. Houses just turn to putty. Father just says, turn to putty. So you stay underneath your bunker. I think your bunker's going to save you.
Immigration, and then also questions about...
Why didn't they say, oh, Israel says no cameras? And then the media just says, all right, Israel says no cameras, can't have no cameras in it, because Israel said we can't have no cameras in the country. So if it's the holiest place on the planet, and for us to aspire to, be holy and, one day go there, why isn't there cameras in it so we can see what it is? Because they are children of Satan, and they're built in a synagogue for Satan. That's why they don't want you to see it. Rasta?
Integration, or the lack of it, and then questions for the authorities, the police and government about the release of information and the speed with which information is released to try and avoid an inflation.
But what you forgot is the spirit thing, right? And you, Esau, no, you have no birthright, right? You sold it for linters, but even before you sold it, it wasn't yours anyway. So just as when it got sold, but you have no birthright, it's written everywhere. And where you live is there, right? To be killed and your heritage to be left to jackals in the desert. That's what it says there, Malachi 1:2. So you have no strength. There's only foolish people frightened. Are you here, sir?
Shouldn't vacuum online, but with the
jeopardy. There's only foolish people frightened to die. That's what they want to live. What live for what? What do you want to live for? You're going to die to become again. What do you want to live for? What are you scared to die for?
Danger for the authorities that information is released quickly and turns out to be wrong. And then there's the political reaction, a desire for political leaders to articulate the fear, the concern, the anger of many. And then, of course, as well, to express, as we've heard, a desire to try to avoid protest or violence. Clearly some people ignoring those pleas. As for specific political reaction, you heard some in Chris's report a few minutes ago, some other strands of reaction, the Conservatives talking about the need to, as they put it, get a grip on our borders. Jim Allister of the Traditional Unionist Voice Party in Northern Ireland talking of the consequences of the importation of alien cultures, as he put it. Reform UK labelling the treacherous Conservative and Labour immigration policies of recent years, but others pushing back and saying, hang on a minute, there are senior voices in Reform and indeed in the Conservatives who served in that last Conservative government. The Liberal Democrats speaking the need to give the police space to be able to pursue their investigation. These are recurring themes, Rita, recurring themes of our time for political leaders, for society, to try to grapple with.
Chris, thank you very much. President Trump has accused Iran of shooting down a US Apache helicopter patrolling the Strait of Hormuz. In a social media post, the president said the two pilots had been rescued uninjured, but added that the US, out of necessity, had to respond to the attack. Sarah Smith is in Washington for us. A potentially ominous moment, Sarah.
Shut up, you lot.
Yes, it is, but I don't think Donald Trump feels he has any choice here. Any US president would feel that they had to respond to an incident like this. And as you said in his statement, he particularly noted that the United States must, of necessity, respond to this attack. Otherwise, in other words, he feels like he just cannot ignore it. But there could be another purpose as well behind a targeted strike against Iran. Anyone who has been watching the White House closely over the last few weeks, it will seem pretty obvious to them that the US does not want to return to a full-scale war with Iran. But President Trump has to keep that option on the table to maintain his negotiating position, as they're still in talks about reaching some kind of peace agreement. So if he didn't respond to the downing of a helicopter, that might make him look so risk-averse that Iran would think that there was no military option left, whereas a targeted strike at a time like this could, allow him to make clear that he will take action if he feels he has to. The advance warning that he was giving in that social media post is designed, I think, to try and contain the situation. If he tells them what he's going to do or that he is going to respond, that may stop a series of tit-for-tat attacks spiralling out of control and mean that perhaps this could be limited to this one response.
Sarah, thank you. Sarah Smith for us there in Washington. Let's go to Beirut now and to Jeremy Bowen. How do you read things as they stand tonight, Jeremy?
Right, I need this. Brutal.
Well, I think this is a reminder that...
all that's lies. I'll show you later on. This one I'll show you now. Now, hear what? Drivers, listen to this one, guys. Listen to this one. This is a liberty, right? This is what's happening. You know your phone, right? You see your phone? You know when you're in your car? Yo, if you touch the phone, if you even touch the phone, if you even go to answer the phone, there's a law out now which they haven't told you yet. You'll get instant fine and 6 points off your license check if you even just touch the phone. Didn't know that, did you? No, you didn't. I'm telling you. So be careful with that damn phone. Right? Be careful with that phone. Because they got cameras everywhere. And all they're going to tell you is, this is the law that's come out. How do you know how we sent you the post? We sent you an email. This is the law, Dan. You touch that phone, right, and they catch you, they fine you, and you lose 6 points. Right? They don't like the pub. And they're showing you now. They've got Esau now to turn on us. That is part one. Part two is this now, what he's telling me about. I'm trying to find it. I didn't save it what they showed me yesterday. But there's the Strait of Hamas route. That strait, the Strait of Hamas, that thing where all the oil is there. right? Now, because that's blocked, America has to go all the way around to Africa to get it done. But what they're not telling you, there is a next one, right? I can't remember the name. There is a next entrance, same like the Strait of the Hamas route. It's the same as that, but there's another one, what they've been secretly using. Now, right, now that one's been blown up yesterday, right? And also, I think Israel blew up one of the oil distributes mainly to the people. So it's not just the Strait of Hamas route. There is another one, a more powerful one, which hasn't been spoken about. That one's been hit now as well. So, guys, what they're telling you there is nonsense. We have Donald Trump and, what do you call him now? The Netanyahu. Donald pleading with him to tell him, do not attack no more. Please. And what is he going to do? He goes and attacks. And he did this yesterday. So Donald Trump's here telling you, oh, we're going to have control, or, you know, we're trying to get a peace talk. He's got no control. He's begging to stop this thing now because he's spending $1 billion a day on this war. A day. It is draining. Now, this is what Father's doing. And they're not telling you that now. And this ain't even started yet. This has not even started yet, guys. Believe me. And what they're telling you on here is absolute nonsense. Like, they've got control of it. And they're the ones who started it. They've got all their ships in other people's waters just because everyone else is getting business from Iran. It's been going on since 1968. But because they've got nothing and smashed up all theirs, now they want to come and interfere with others. And they want the whole of the Middle East and give it to Israel. And Israel wants to control the whole of the Middle East, which it cannot because it belongs to us. It's Shem's. But he wants to have it all for Satan. And this is what's going on, guys. I know you don't understand it. But you're not the children. So you don't understand what we're trying to show you. And this is the dance, guys.
The men who rule the Iranian regime are determined to show that they're not going to budge. And they also have shown that they can still hurt the Americans. Now, of course, the Americans, the generals and President Trump will be trying to calibrate a response so it doesn't disrupt or destroy this sluggish and so far unpredictable diplomatic process. President Trump would like to get an agreement on reopening the Strait of Hormuz and agreeing on further talks on things like the nuclear issues, not least because the war is very unpopular inside America. But I think there's something else here, which is the Gulf is a dangerous and tense place. And if they don't find a way of ending this war in some way that will enable the Iranian regime to move away in one direction and the Americans in another, then I think what we could be looking at is a long period, maybe even years, of some kind of attritional perma-crisis with lurches every now and then into outbreaks of warfare. So maybe this could even be some kind of a glimpse of the future. It
is. Of course it is. Right, it's gonna be a war, man.
In the United States, squinting at tiny phone screens and buying expensive tablets is about to become a thing of...
America is facing inflation again. And this time, people are not just reading about it in economic reports. They are feeling it every day. They are feeling it at the grocery store, at the petrol pump, in restaurants, in rent, in bills, and in the basic cost of keeping a household running. This is not just a number on a chart. This is the reality of families looking at the same wages, the same income, and the same bank account, while everything around them costs more. Food is more expensive. Fuel is more expensive. Transport is more expensive. Eating out is more expensive. Even simple things that used to feel normal are now becoming harder for people to afford. And that is the real danger of inflation. It does not always arrive like a sudden disaster.
The smell of a Memorial Day barbecue is always a hit. But for many, the cost this year is not.
Explain to me how $300 worth of groceries gets you basically nothing now.
A new report analyzing the prices of some popular food brands found the total for a classic barbecue has increased by nearly 10%, almost triple last year's jump. Beef hot dogs are up more than 18%. Fresh ground beef has spiked nearly 15%. And barbecue sauce will cost you almost 12% more. All that has helped send consumer sentiment to a new record low in May.
The consumer is very nervous and really watching every penny, and the worst is yet to come.
And what stood out in that report was not only the rising cost of food, it was the warning that came with it. The reporter said the consumer is very nervous watching every penny, and then came the line that should make people pay attention. The worst is yet to come. That is a serious statement. U.S. farmers plan to plant less corn and more soybeans in 2026 than last year, the U.S. Department of Agriculture said, as the Iran war drives up fertilizer and fuel prices in the latest blow to the struggling agricultural sector. Take a look at this Sky News report. It clearly shows just how serious the situation is.
It's a really serious situation. In some respects, it's worse than it was 4 years ago in the Ukrainian situation. And we all know what happened 6 months later. There was 10% inflation, and that knocked the government right back. And I just hope that the government needs to grip this. Can the proposed increases in fertilizer taxes wholly counterproductive? And let's focus on the cost of living.
That warning about inflation matters because we have seen this before and it hit hard. In the United States, inflation peaked at around 9.1% in June 2022, the highest level in over 40 years. That wasn't just a number on a chart. It translated into real pressure on everyday life. Food prices surged, fuel costs spiked, and basic essentials became noticeably more expensive. For normal families, that meant cutting back, stretching budgets, and in many cases, struggling to keep up. Inflation doesn't hit everyone equally, but it always hits hardest at the bottom, where a larger share of income is spent on necessities like food.
Families are flooding back to food pantries across the country. In Baldwin Park, California, dozens of cars lined up for a food drive co-hosted by the LA Regional Food Bank. In Pittsburgh, the pantry AJ Owen started out of his front yard last fall, has expanded into a program that will stay open through the summer.
We're going to do this until we can feed all the kids this summer. Nobody's going hungry this summer in Pittsburgh.
Americans in neighborhoods, large and small, are pitching in. Prices are rising faster than paychecks now. For the first time in 3 years, Wissam Youssef, a father of 5, first turned to a food pantry in Carrollton, Texas when his wife was out of work a year ago.
I always pick up the help group, like an example for this, the luncheon here.
But he's had to keep coming.
So, to feed your family,
yes.
Are you relying on a place like this now?
I could say 65%, yes.
65% of what you need is coming from a place like this?
Because at the end of the month, we kind of like now living check by check.
That is the human side of inflation. When prices rise faster than paychecks, people do not just feel uncomfortable. Some people begin to struggle for survival. Some people begin to depend on food pantries. Some people begin living paycheck to paycheck. And this is why Christians should not ignore what is happening. We should be compassionate. We should be prayerful. We should be aware. And we should also understand that the Bible has a lot to say about economic hardship, food scarcity, famine, and the pressure that comes when basic necessities become expensive. What you may not know is that the Bible speaks about a future moment when food becomes extremely expensive. In the book of Revelation, there are 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. They appear in Revelation chapter 6 as the first 4 seals are opened.
The 7 seals.
These riders represent conquest, famine, and death. The black horseman is the 3rd rider, and his appearance points to...
Put up. This is real. This is real, guys. This is real. It'll tell you about taking peace from the earth as well. I hope you're doing all right, guys. I really do. I really do enjoy your company, even if it's 2 of you or even if it's 102, right? But this is Father doing this. This is Father doing all this. This is Father, and what we select, this is Father's selection. Because he wants to tell you beautiful children, and Jesus. Anytime you hear me mention Yahuwah, right, remember, they're both in each other. So if I mention one, the other as well. So if you stick with the Jesus. Remember, his name is Emmanuel. So that means what? I know, T. Tell me. It means Elohim. Rah, you remember the name as well. Elohim is with you. Oh, give me a gold star. Here is a gold star. Thank you, T. You have good manners. I know what you're going to say. When I see my mum, tell her that Tony said I got good manners because of you. You tell her. I said, all right. Now, let's get serious. The horses now, guys. The horses, right? This thing is called the 7 Seals of Revelation, right? And there's 4 horses in there. And this is where we are now. This is where we are. Because remember, we're in the prophecy of the 400 years now. Because it started at 1619. And then it finished at 2019. And then they chucked COVID at you so he could move his children around. Right, so now we're at the end times now. And the end times is Revelation. And in Revelation we do have the 7 seals. Now, 4 are horses and the other 3 are different things of elements of the earth. So we don't want to confuse each other because I'm new in it as well. So we can hear the 4 horses. And this is what's happening now in real time.
Food becomes extremely expensive. In the book of Revelation, there are 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. They appear in Revelation chapter 6 as the first 4 seals are opened. These riders represent conquest, war, famine, and death. The black horseman is the 3rd rider, and his appearance points to famine, scarcity, economic hardship, and severe inflation. This takes place during the tribulation period, likely in the earlier part before the Great Tribulation reaches its fullest intensity. Revelation chapter 6, verses 5 to 6 says, "And when he had opened the 3rd seal, I heard the 3rd beast say, 'Come and see.' And I beheld, and lo, a black horse. And he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hand. And I heard a voice in the midst of the 4 beasts say, 'A measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny. And see thou hurt not the oil and the wine.'" This is one of the most sobering economic images in the Bible. The rider has balances in his hand. Balances speak of weighing, measuring, rationing, and scarcity. Food is no longer abundant. Food is being carefully measured. And then the voice says, "A measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny." In that world, a penny, or denarius, was commonly understood as a day's wage. So the picture is terrifying. A person works for an entire day and only earns enough to buy a small amount of basic food. That is why many Bible teachers connect this passage to famine, scarcity, rationing, and extreme inflation.
In the UK, SIM cards and expensive monthly bills are about to become a thing of the past, since free internet.
So yes, Christians should take note of inflation, but with balance. We should not panic every time inflation rises and immediately say, "This is Revelation 6 being fulfilled today." Revelation 6 is describing a specific future judgment connected to the opening of the seals. We must be careful with Scripture. We must not force every news headline into prophecy in a careless way. But inflation today does remind us how quickly economies can become fragile. The world lives under the illusion of safety and security. We wake up, go to work, go to the grocery store, fill our cars with fuel, pay our bills, and assume tomorrow will look like today. But we forget how fragile everything really is.
What about when it's not there?
One natural disaster, one failed.
What about when it's not there? Why aren't you answering me? Why not? What about when it's not there? They've never taught us that. We've always had everything there. We just phone, press the button, food comes here, this comes here, that comes here, that comes here, this really quick as well. But what about when it's not there? And this is what we're thinking about now. These damn kings. These damn kings. They're not even kings. They're not even kings. They set you up. And then now they want paying. They give it you on tip down. right? Now they want pain. And the way they talk about you in their books, man, is shameful, right? And they don't respect you because it was so easy for you to burn your children. It was so damn, it was easier than we were. Easier than we were. We even built a home for them. In our own home, we built a home for them. And we called it Ben Hammond. And it just went there in our own back garden, and we burnt our children. And you're doing the same thing. How? Saying, we don't protect children. That's the same thing. So now we're going to suffer for it. We're going to suffer for it. And this is how it's going to take away all the treats that we gave up for our children. It's going to take them all away. And that's what's going on, whether we like it or not. That's what's going on. That's what's going on, right? Because I don't know how we can burn children. I just don't know how. And we can make up laws where we don't look out for children. Right? Because of damn Israel. That's why. And we have to suffer for it, guys. We have to get a beating for it. Because we're supposed to know better. Right? And one thing the scriptures does say about you, right? You don't protect elders and you don't like children. It says it in Jubilees chapter 23, verse 23. Not to mention that the most violent is sons of men, it says. Sorry, I do apologize. This is children of men. They're the worst, it says. Gentiles, the worst. Because if you don't look out for children and you don't like elders and you're extremely violent, then where is the humanity in that? In those three elements there? Where? Very difficult to get humanity out of there. Very. Even got the audacity to tell you and their children, if you're ever in any problems, go and see a black woman. And then when the child's going to school, you spit on a bit of tissue and use it as cream and give it to your child. And then we have to give a child baby lotion and tell it to, don't take it, go home with it. And that's more than one child we've done that to in school. But then still, want to treat us like this. And now, right, you're going to know about suffering because you don't know how to do the basics. Remember, you're not even middle class. Right, you are what they call the low class. This is where they put us. We're not low class, they just put us there. But they took you out of there to build their economy and to stop you joining up with us. So now you're going to go back to that because you've forgotten how to survive. You've looked up upon everybody and thought this system would keep you comfortable. But now the system can't even look after itself. And it's pulling away now, as you can see. So now you have to defend for yourself. And you should be so grateful you've got children like us telling you how to survive. Because you have no idea how to survive for what's coming. You have no idea. 9 times out of 10 you commit suicide. But you're not doing that. You are not going to do that nonsense, then. Before you do that, come and check me and I'll take it out of you. Right? Learn how to fight, then. And we're not talking with your hands, we're talking spiritually. And you have to call upon the spirits, then, because this is too big for all of us. It's too big. It's a spiritual warfare now, guys. It's not the muscles and the blowing up and the military. Not that. It's a different fight. It's a spiritual warfare fight, and it's powerful. And you need Jesus. This is why they've planned it and told you to put shit on him. Sorry for my words. Right? And don't read your Torah, because you've got no power. None at all. No power. But when you do have power, they can't go near you. Because you've got Jesus in you, and Jesus means what? Sorry. Because you've got Yahuwah with you. And Yahuwah means what? Elohim is with you. So that's a 2-in-1. Right? That's a 2-in-1. That's like being pregnant and you've got a child in you. Right? And no one's going to swap you for no items, miss. No one is. And I do apologise that these sons were doing that to you, selling you to the Irish. We apologise for that, us good sons. We would never even dream of doing these things, man. Never. We can't even commute it when we say it. Because when we speak, we see it's like a dream. But then when we see that, oh, duh. You don't even know the feeling of how the woman's feeling. When she's got to go through, oh, damn. These sons, man, they're on a different level, man. And their behaviour needs to be spoken to the highest level. So then the spirits can take it and chuck it at them and cripple. But that's how it works, spiritual. You have to use words, darling. Right? But not violent words. No, they've got to be peaceful and pitiful and asking for help. And they take it and then they dash it at them. Spiritual, guys, come on. Got to be in this fight, man.
Grocery store, fill our cars with fuel, pay our bills, and assume tomorrow will look like today. But we forget how fragile everything really is.
We need basics done. You cannot go without this water thing. You can go without food for a bit, but water you cannot done. And you've got to start thinking forward, guys. You can't start playing when everyone else is playing because there's going to be nothing left. And we keep telling you this. We told you this last year. We've been telling you this when we was next door. But obviously, you just don't understand what we're saying. But you must concede now there's something going on, guys. You must concede now. And do not panic by it. And do not be frightened. If you are good, give it to him. Give it to him. Give it to him. Give it to him. Anything, you give it to them. Because you can't concentrate and get right and be spiritually strong if you're scared. So when you are scared, tell him you're scared. Tell him, man. This is a relationship you've got with him. You know? These are your parents. It's their duty to look after you when you're doing what they say to do. It's their duty, done. Right? So do it to the best of your ability. Right? And it's their duty. It's written. They will protect you through any and everything and make you high when you touch the sky. If you just do what I ask you to do. I mean, how damn hard is it? Right? But you want to burn children just because he's giving you instant. My father's giving you instant in the way you're walking, the way you're talking, and the things he's giving you. He's giving you so much he can give people, and you've got peace, man. Ah, Dodo. You got peace. Tone. You got peace. This circle sign of what? What are you on about? I don't know, some Dominican. You got peace. Literal mama. You have peace, and that's all we want is peace. And you only get real peace, right? With Emmanuel. Why? Because Elohim is in Weirds. Come on, guys. You're missing this thing, done. And you got your name on it. Why? Because you got a nostril. Now, if you didn't have a nostril, and if you didn't have a nostril, then you couldn't come in. Right? I saw you blowing your nose, man. Right? I saw you twitching it. I saw that when they're picking it. Right? So you got a nostril. So you need to get on board spiritually. Because this is how they enter you. And this is how they trump bad stuff. There's 4 winds. And this is how you've got broken back, or you got AIDS, or you got flipping cancer, or you got whatever. It comes through here. Right? But if you was just to be a good boy, and a good girl, and follow the Torah, you'd be nice. This is why Israel told you don't do it, will put you to death. I mean, that's very strong, isn't it? If you read a book, they will put you to death. If you read a book. So that's got to tell you something, guys. And they're telling you then to put poo-poo on Emmanuel and then boil him in it. And people are doing it. Well, you can't say you're not right, because my people, right, they lynched him, baiting him. Right, because Acts 10:39 told you, we are witnesses. So what does that mean? Rasta.
One natural disaster, one failed harvest, 1 year without rain, one major war, one broken supply chain, one command from God, and this world, with all its economies, could come to a standstill.
Not could.
People live as though mankind is in control, but we are not. We do not control the rain. We do not control the...
A spirit, I was talking about that today, guys, wasn't we? A spirit called Uriel. It's in a book there. We do it tomorrow. There's 7 spirits. That spirit, Uriel, he controls the weather.
Soil. We do...
Not Mother Nature. There's no such thing. Not climate change. There's no such thing. No such thing. There's no such thing. NASA, there's no such thing. They get luck. Nobody can come in. Nobody can come out, right? And the rainbow tells you that. If you can understand and look at the rainbow properly. There's 2 rainbows, you see. It's a reflection. But there's a glass covering it, guys. There's a glass. Why? Because we are in the middle of water. If they was to burst it, which they couldn't, it would drown. We'd drown. And if down here is water, if that comes up, we drown. We're in the middle of water. So the else can he go up to space? The damn tramp. It's a lie. Neil Armstrong doesn't exist. We checked him the other day, right? And we gave him $5,000, and we gave him a Bible, and we videoed it. And he's running this way, that way, 7 different ways. And by the time we got there, sitting on the chair without a breath. So because we're nice, gentle children, we said, oh, leave him. We even gave him the $5,000. So take the $5,000, leave it there. And we just left him because he was out of breath, done, running away, running. And then when we did catch him, he's sitting down there in the corner. He's an old man that's got a bar head as well. The bar head. And we were asking, he said, no, you know what? Forget it. We can see. Because he should be happy with giving you $5,000 as well to tell the people, right, what it was like on the moon, and you're running away. The moon's not over there. Tell us where the moon is, you damn tramp. And this is what's happening with these sons now. They're getting found out. And just to show you how ridiculous they were. And how silly we were to be fooled by them. But we only understand what we're shown. And they orchestrated all this to show us. All this lies and nonsense of Satan's children. Satan's children. This is Satan's dance. These children are not clever enough to do all this. It's Satan. Satan. And soon his son's coming out, the Antichrist. This is what all this is getting ready for, guys. This is all getting ready for his son. The Muslims have got one, he's come out already. No. Because the Muslims ain't got the real book. The book they've got's written by a man's hand, the Quran, right? The white children, the Gentiles have the real book. Because we gave them the real book. And they took it off us and just changed it up. But with that book, they couldn't change the spirit in the book. It's the same spirit as our book, because it's our book. They just copied and pasted. And that book is real. And that book has a demon in it as well. And that demon's name is Satan. And he has a son called the Antichrist. And this is what they're getting ready for now. And his children are in the dance just like father's children. 2 nations. They're the children. They are the children. And right now Esau was in the dance. He's getting defeated now. But this is the dance what they're hiding from you. And treating these brown children the way they treat them. That makes sense why they treat them the way they treat them. Put drugs in all their communities. Put the black boys and girls in ghettos. Go to America, they put them in the projects. And then they put mountains of crack, mountains of heroin, mountains of drugs. Just leave it in the park. So the kids find it, and next minute they're all on crack. They're all on heroin. Well, how should they get the poorest? You make them poor. They're going to find drugs and money. I mean, they ain't going to have drugs and money, are they? You put them in there. And then you got to their women and put a seed in her and say, get rid of him and I'll pay you food stamps. I'll pay you welfare. She may say no, but when you have a problem, that seed's been planted. All these things they do to the brown son, because he is the son. If you look at it properly, you can see it now, guys, because Father's revealing the truth, and that is the truth. They got masonry, right? But in America, they make sure they grab the black boys and put them in a thing called Prince Hall masonry, which is higher than the normal white boys masonry. And the white boys are vets, because they got better luxuries than us. And you say, shut up, they're the real boys. And no other boys, not like Africans in there, or all brown sons, all. Because they are the sons, they're Father's boys, them. They're the boys, there. And that's why the system's so against them. And if they are friends with them, it's because they bow down to do their nonsense. That's the only reason why, otherwise they wouldn't accept them. That's all. They'd be doing all the stuff they do to me. And that is the truth of it, guys.
Not control the seasons. We do not control the breath in our lungs.
This is why we don't know about Hebrew. We don't know anything about Hebrew. And if we do, they say they're them Sanskrit. No, they're from the desert. They're not Hebrew. But they don't tell you about Hebrew at all. They never mention Hebrew. And if they do mention it, they come up with Greek next to it. Or Jewish next to it. Or Christian next to it. Don't want you to know about Hebrew. But everything is Hebrew. You're a Hebrew. You're Jephthah. You're trying to Jephthah. Everything's Hebrew. Let there be light. It's all Hebrew. Everything is Hebrew. But they don't want you to know about Hebrew. Why? We know about every other intermingle relationship and bleeding human you've come up with. But Father don't even know which one's this one, which one's that one, or which one's that one. Intermingle. All these light complexion intermingle people think, oh, I'm being... No, that's because Satan's telling you that nonsense. That's why Father don't recognize you. When the sun whites you up with that light complexion, because you cannot handle the sun with that complexion. Those are not the complexions he gave people. But when you intermingle, then your complexion changes. You're not meant to intermingle. You're meant to stay in your tribe.
The modern world has created a delusion.
You ain't meant to swap blood. Yeah, are you stupid? Passing blood around, giving blood. No, you don't do stuff like, oh my days, you're even giving the blood. The blood is the human, so you got another human inside you. What the heck, Rasta?
That technology, money, governments, and markets can protect us from everything. But the Bible reminds us that God alone holds this world together. It shows us how easily ordinary people can be squeezed when food, fuel, housing, and basic needs rise in price. It reminds us that the world systems are not as strong as people think. It reminds us that money can lose value, shelves can become expensive, wages can fall behind, and a nation that once felt secure can suddenly feel anxious. But now, child of God, this is where we must lift our eyes. Because if you belong to Jesus Christ, you do not need to live in fear. You do not need to be controlled by panic. You do not need to sit in your home terrified every time the news mentions inflation, recession, fuel prices, food prices, or economic uncertainty. Yes, be wise. Yes, pay attention. Yes, work hard. Yes, plan carefully. Yes, avoid waste. Yes, be responsible with what God has placed in your hands. But do not be afraid as though your life is in the hands of inflation. Your life...
A German grid engineer just compared British electricity bills to Germany's, and what he found should make every homeowner
is not in the hands of the American economy.
You're damn right it ain't.
Your life is not in the hands of whatever economy you may be living under. Your life is not in the hands of Democrats or Republicans. Your life is in the hands of God. There is a lot of fear right now concerning the economy. So much fear. People are fearing a crash in the stock market because of market concentration. People are fearing that the artificial intelligence bubble may burst and trigger another crash. People are fearing layoffs. People are fearing uncertainty. People are fearing what tomorrow may bring. But today, my friend, I want to remind you of one simple truth. God sent ravens to feed the prophet Elijah during a severe, multi-year drought. God is not new to this. Let me say that to you one more time. God is not new to this. God is not intimidated by impossible situations. What are you scared of? You are not the first person God has made a way for in a difficult season. You are not the first person God has carried through uncertainty. You are not the first person God has provided for when the situation looked impossible. So why are you afraid? God is not new to this. God is not limited. You are limited, but God is not. You do not know how everything will pan out, but you know the character of God. And the character of God is this. God is faithful. God is sovereign. God is a provider. God is your provider. God has always been a provider. Long before inflation was a word, God was providing for His children. Long before central banks existed, God was providing. Long before governments measured the cost of living, God was providing. Long before you and I were created, God was already feeding His people, guiding His people, protecting His people, and making a way where there was no way. When Israel was in the wilderness, they did not have supermarkets. They did not have farms. They did not have savings accounts. They did not have a national economy they could depend on. They were in a dry place, a barren place. A place where human logic would say, there is no food here. But God rained down manna from heaven. Every morning there was provision on the ground. Not because Israel was powerful. Not because Israel had the perfect financial plan. Not because the wilderness was full of resources. But because God was faithful. And the same God who provided then is the same God who provides now. When Elijah was by the brook Cherith, God commanded ravens to feed him. Think about that. God used birds to deliver food to His servant. When the brook dried up, God was not finished. The dried brook was not the end of Elijah's story. God sent him to Zarephath, and there God used a widow with almost nothing to become part of a miracle. The barrel of meal did not waste. The cruse of oil did not fail. Why? Because God knows how to provide in strange ways, unexpected ways, impossible ways. So why are you scared? Why are you living as though inflation is stronger than God? Why are you living as though food prices are more powerful than the promises of God?
Very true.
Why are you living as though the economy has the final word over your future? The same God who feeds the birds of the air sees you. The same God who clothes the lilies of the field knows what you need. Jesus said in Matthew chapter 6, verses 31 to 33, "So do not worry, saying, 'What shall we eat?' Or 'What shall we drink?' Or 'What shall we wear?' For the pagans run after all these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them." 33. "But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well." That does not mean Christians should be lazy. That does not mean Christians should sit at home and do nothing. That does not mean Christians should ignore responsibility. The Bible honors work. The Bible teaches diligence. The Bible teaches stewardship. What you need to do is work hard.
You don't even know how to use the Bible. You don't even know how to behave, what the behavior and what it requires. You can live your stinking smelly life and all your bad stuff you're doing and do the Bible as well. Put the damn thing down.
Walk uprightly, be faithful with what God gives you, and trust that God will open doors one way or another. God can provide through a job. God can provide through a
The dentist. What can I say? Alright, last tune. Come on, teams with the last tune. Last tune. The dentist.
Oh yes, he knows it. And now I don't care, he will let down. Can't keep a good face down. Can't keep a good face down. I said you can't keep a good face down. Dedication to my Riviere, you'll never be good, ever. Rough like cotton. Oh child, oh child, oh child. See, and then you feel it. Wickedness, wickedness. Yeah, she knows it. There's your man, never children. I'm plus people today, you idiot. Cause she knows no, can't keep a good face down. Can't keep a good face down. No, can't keep a good face down. No, can't keep a good face down. No, go away. I'll tell you this. Go away. Cause the woman thing will crush the surface head. Go today, right? No way. Oh China, oh China. He knows it and he shows it. Right. No China, oh Yalua. Oh China, oh China. You're too in love with yourself, though. Too in love with yourself, Resta. Oh. Genesis chapter 9, verse 3. Read her. No, natural. That's it. No, we don't care on the ground. Natural. No interfere, no government interfere, no commercial. Right? Natural. I said you feel it. Oh yes, he knows it. You know what? No alcohol. And now my son can't keep a good face down. Can't keep a good face down.
Dedication to Rhythm and Blues. We love you. Right, ready?
Acting his people and making a way where there was no way. When Israel was in the wilderness, they did not have supermarkets. They did not have farms. They did not have savings accounts. They did not have a national economy they could depend on. They were in a dry place, a barren place, a place where human logic would say there is no food here. But God rained down manna from heaven. Every morning there was provision on the ground. Not because Israel was powerful. Not because Israel had the perfect financial plan. Not because the wilderness was full of resources. But because God was faithful. And the same God who provided then is the same God who provides now. When Elijah was by the brook Cherith, God commanded ravens to feed him. Think about that. God used birds to deliver food to his servant.
Whoa! No way! It looks like silk!
Oh my god, look at that! Messy hair, brush it. Permed or dye damage, brush it. Static flyaways? Just use this 5-in-1 air cushion brush. It comes with self-cleaning, spray, red light therapy, heating, and scalp massage. No hairstylist can talk me into getting a salon card. And take a look, how much the similar products.
When the brook dried up, God was not finished. The dried brook was not the end of Elijah's story. God sent him to Zarephath, and there God used a widow with almost nothing to become part of a miracle. The barrel of meal did not waste. The cruse of oil did not fail. Why? Because God knows how to provide in strange ways, unexpected ways, impossible ways. So why are you scared? Why are you living as though inflation is stronger than God? Why are you living as though food prices are more powerful than the promises of God? Why are you living as though the economy has the final word over your future? The same God who feeds the birds of the air sees you. The same God who clothes the lilies of the field knows what you need. Jesus said in Matthew chapter 6, verses 31 to 33, "So do not worry, saying, what shall we eat? Or what shall we drink? Or what shall we wear? For the pagans run after all these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them." 33. But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well. That does not mean Christians should be lazy. That does not mean Christians should sit at home and do nothing. That does not mean Christians should ignore responsibility. The Bible honors work. The Bible teaches diligence. The Bible teaches stewardship. What you need to do is work hard, walk uprightly, be faithful with what God gives you, and trust that God will open doors one way or another. God can provide through a job. God can provide through a business. God can provide through a new opportunity. God can provide through a person. God can provide through an idea. God can provide through a door you did not even know existed. You may be looking at your situation and saying,
that's the way
I
to
do not
squeeze
know
yourself
how
in
things
there.
are going
Just
to work
Jesus.
out.
The beginning of the book, there's no Jesus in the beginning. The book that you don't read, you don't read the beginning of it.
God knows.
You
You
go
may be
right
saying,
to the
my
end of it.
wages are not
And then you can
stretching
fit
like
yourself
they
in there.
used
You
to.
have to read the book from the
Because God
beginning. The
knows
beginning.
you can pray.
And the children are at the
Because God
beginning.
knows you
The
can
book's
trust
about
Him.
the
Because God
children.
knows you can wake up tomorrow
And you got
keep
brought
going.
in because of the
No matter what
children.
happens to inflation
The
in
book wasn't made
America,
for you.
God is still
And you got brought in because it
God.
was for you. No, you got brought in
No
because
matter
of the
what
children's
happens to inflation in
disrespect. That's how you got brought in.
God is still God. No matter what
That's how you got
happens to
brought in. That's how
inflation in
priceless
Africa,
these children are. They're so
Europe,
priceless,
Asia,
even in their bad
Australia,
behavior.
or
They can
anywhere
bring
else in the
people in.
world, God
That's how
is
priceless these
still
children are.
God.
You stay there.
The economy may change, but God does not change.
That's the only way how you
Prices
got
may
in.
rise, but
It's through
God's
their
faithfulness
disrespect
does
to
not
Father.
rise and fall with them.
Romans 11:11
Markets may
proves that.
tremble, but the throne of God
Prices. He
is
didn't
not
swap them and
trembling.
say, "Oh, do you know what? I'm going to have
And
you
child of
instead." He
God,
didn't say that. He just said, "I want to
remember
make them
this.
jealous because I love
Your
them
final
so much.
home
I want to make them
is
jealous."
not this broken world.
These children, you have
One
no
day
idea.
we're going to a place where there is no inflation. Heaven has no
These
inflation.
children, not the ones
Heaven
who are
has no
connected to
cost of
Christ
living
and calling
crisis.
God and
Heaven
all
has
that,
no
and ain't got
food
relationships. Not
shortages.
them,
Heaven has
not
no
them.
fuel
Magic don't
prices.
happen to
Heaven
them.
has
Stuff
no
that happens
rent
to me all the time, and I ain't got nothing.
Heaven
Or when
has
I have
no
got stuff.
unpaid
No,
bills.
not them.
Heaven has no
And they don't
fear
thank
at the
Father
end of
because
the
you don't do
month.
nothing for them.
Heaven has
To
no
make them
death.
just, wow, Father,
Heaven
wow,
has no
that was
sickness.
dead, nothing like that.
Heaven has
To make
no
them think,
famine.
wow.
Heaven
They don't do
has
nothing
no
for them because they're
recession.
not connected.
Heaven has none of the
Joke, man.
hardship
What's it
that
called?
weighs
Acting.
down this
But that must be a
present
good actor. Give me a
world.
Grammy Award then. I'm gonna let you show
Revelation
life.
chapter
So,
21
what's
verse
going on?
4 says that God shall wipe
It's not
away
a joke,
all
man.
tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more
You
pain.
don't even know what you can handle, guys.
That is where the
Pressure
believer
you can or can't handle.
is
You've
going.
never
That
been
is your
tested.
future in Christ.
You've never been tested.
Not fear, not lack, not endless anxiety, not survival forever. Your future is glory. Your future is peace. Your future is the presence of God. So when you hear about inflation, take note, but do not be shaken. When you see prices rising, be wise, but do not be afraid. When the world panics, pray. When the economy trembles, trust. When the cost of living rises, remember the God who has carried his people through every generation. The Black Horseman reminds us that the Bible has warned us about a future world of economic pressure and scarcity. But the cross reminds us that our hope is not in this world. Our hope is in Jesus Christ. And if Jesus is your shepherd, then you can say with David, the Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. What a wonderful thing it is to have the Lord as your shepherd.
You're damn right.
If the Lord is your shepherd, then you are not walking through this life alone. You're not trying to survive this world by your own wisdom, your own strength, or your own resources. The shepherd is with you. The shepherd leads you. The shepherd restores you. The shepherd knows where the green pastures are, even when all you can see is a valley. So what are you afraid of? Stop losing sleep over fear and worry. Give the situation to God. Give him the bills. Give him the uncertainty. Give him the future you cannot control.
You're damn right.
This world is never going to look like a perfect utopia. It will always have trouble, pressure, pain, and uncertainty. But you have a shepherd to lead you through this life. And if he leads you, he will not abandon you. You may not know what tomorrow's prices will be. You may not know what next month's bills will look like. You may not know what the economy will do, but you know your God. And your God is faithful. Your God is provider. Your God is sovereign. Your God is with you. And one way or another, he will make a way.
Want to flush out swollen legs? Stop doing this first. I'm going to show you something about foot and ankle swelling that might surprise you. Most folks have heard of lymph nodes, but what nobody talks about are these tiny drainage points inside your feet and ankles. See, your lymph system works like a network of one-way channels that move fluid back up your body. The drainage points in your feet and ankles, that's where lower leg fluid begins its journey back up. When the system is working well, fluid...
I'm going to stop you. I'm going to go somewhere else. Where are we going to go? Let's go to you. Lord can't mercy. Why I find in my... Listen, I love foolish people. They tested Yahuwah again. Who now? I love foolish people.
It's becoming very easy to see just how far the world has drifted away from God.
Don't I love foolish people.
It's becoming very easy to see just how far the world has drifted away from God and has decided to give themselves up to the desires of their heart, which are not godly, and also to detestable acts which God warned us not to do. Okay, it is also very easy to see just how far Satan has infiltrated aspects of our lives, and that the Bible was correct when it said that Satan is the lowercase god of this world.
Of course he is.
Okay, I'm going to show you guys some videos that I found pretty alarming, including Israel hosting their largest LGBTQ event, in which the location of this event is the same location, Sodom and Gomorrah, where they were punished for the detestable acts against God. Okay, and this same behavior has drifted into every area in this world, including in America.
Let me just point you there, bro. Let me just put you over there. I will. Let me just put you over there. No! Don't follow foolish people. Don't follow silly people. Website. Don't follow foolish people. Website. Don't follow silly people. Oh. Don't follow foolish people. Don't follow silly people. Right? Don't follow foolish people. Don't follow silly people. Don't follow silly people. I won't. Right, Mr. Riviere. Let's go. What have we got here? We have here trouble on the double. Trouble on the double.
And choose God. Okay, so do me a favor, hit that like button for the algorithm so that this video can reach more people like yourself. I truly appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
Let's go ahead and hop in.
Guys, you know we do.
So Israel announced recently that they're going to be hosting the largest Pride Festival of 2026, and it's going to be happening at the Dead Sea. Now, I just have a few questions and concerns. Point number one is that the last time something like this happened, it didn't really end well. Point number two, why is our greatest ally hosting the largest Pride Festival? Point number three, I don't really appreciate the ground that my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ walked on is going to be desecrated by a bunch of homosexuals. And point number four, I don't really care whether this happens in Israel, America, Australia, China, Russia, wherever, it's wrong. Why in the world does the Holy Land of all places need to be absolutely disrespected like that? And to all my Christian evangelicals, are you going to let this slide just because it's happening in Israel? Are you going to allow it and say that it's okay because it's happening in Israel?
Okay, so she made this video prior to this event taking place. Okay, the event lasted from the 1st of June to the 4th of June. Okay, it's called Pride Land Festival. And it happened in the area of the Dead Sea. Okay, and this is the same regional area in which Sodom and Gomorrah was punished for their detestable acts. Okay, now they decided to take this behavior into the same area in which there was already previous punishment written in the Word of God, in the same area in which there are a lot of biblical history engraved in. They decided to take these acts to that same exact area. Now, this seems to me like not only are they testing God's mercy and his grace,
Good word.
they're also testing God's wrath.
Good word.
Because to do this in the same place in which there's already history that says that people were punished for these acts, they were punished for this ideology, they were punished for this lifestyle, to take the same stuff to that area seems like you are testing God in his wrath. Let me show you guys.
Let me tell you what's going on. Right. Now, the organisers know they are going to die. They know that. They're happy with that. Because they've got the 7 years. What it is those who take part in it. Those who take part in it. They get condemned. Those. They have memories. They can see. They get angels. That one was there. That one was there. That one was there. That one was there. Because the ones who organise it know already they're going to die. They're alright. They just want people to die with them. So when you're in the lake of the fire and you're screaming, they can scream with you. That's all that's about, bro. Again, who is it? Modern Israel.
A post from the Jerusalem Post that is speaking on this Pride Festival. Okay, it says the 4-day Pride Festival to be held at the Dead Sea, largest in history of Middle East. Pride Land is not just another festival, said the main producer and initiator of the festival. It's the biggest thing we've done here. Okay.
Because it's the end of the days. It's the last of the days. So they're going out with a bang. They're going out with a bang. That's all. But don't forget, if you know right now, as we speak, it says, son, depart from me. Why? Because I'm hot. I said, sorry, let me get out of the way. Let me get out of the way. Let me get out of the way.
Israel is set to host the Middle East's largest ever LGBT festival at the Dead Sea in June 2026. The new festival, Pride Land, intends to transform the middle of the Judean desert into a colorful Pride City from June 1st to June 4th. The event intends to create an experience broader than parties or performances, instead aiming for a space that is alive 24 hours a day with 15 hotels, beach complexes, parties, and a central performance arena, all operating around the clock. Alongside the nightlife, Pride Land will have cultural and art complexes, relaxation and scenic areas, and family-friendly areas with children activities, family-friendly workshops, and customized events. The organizers hope to create a multi-generational Pride City. Pride City, not just
Hey guys, what about if I told you, right? What about if I was to burst your bubble and tell you, right, that that is not actually the promised land? How would you feel?
A party celebrating Pride. This is not just another festival. It's the biggest thing we've done here, explained Aaron.
Because it says, our land is desolate. It says it's uninhabited. No one's there. It says, our land, where we're going. There's no one there. There's no one there. That's what it says.
Cohen, the main producer and initiator of the festival. Okay. They are trying to create, or they did create, because this festival is now over, or at least in our time. They created the largest Pride festival ever in the Middle East, and it was conducted in the same area in which Sodom and Gomorrah was punished for those same detestable acts.
Can you dare believe it? There's actually a light that never runs out of power. Lift it and it turns on.
Call people out of this behavior. Okay, we're also called to, tell people about Jesus Christ, tell people about the good news of the gospel, also to tell people about the world and the way it's heading and how we are in our state when we are resisting God and when we are in rebellion to God, the state that we are in our hearts, how they are far from God. We're to call those people out of that. Okay, and so I know I've seen it in many videos. I know there's people that have seen these type of videos of someone calling this stuff out, speaking about why this is bad according to the gospel, according to God's standards, according to the word of God. And then people, they'll see it and it will penetrate their hearts and they will choose God over this lifestyle because their hearts has been open to the truth in the word of God. So that's the goal for these videos, is to get people to understand that this right here is rebellion against God. This lifestyle is a rebellious lifestyle against the word of God. Here's a church in New York City. Okay, obviously not a church of Christ. Obviously not a church of believers of Jesus Christ, but this is a church that is planted in New York City that is hosting LGBTQ events in support of that lifestyle. Okay, and they're putting up the colors as a sign of support for that lifestyle. And this is not just one church. This is probably happening in many churches across.
So you see how the Jewish have interacted in American churches now. You've seen it now. How they're spreading their nastiness now, the Jewish, the Esau. And you got no choice because they've bought you already. And they've wrote about you. Because America's Gentiles as well, I didn't forget. Yeah, America's Gentiles as well, Don't forget that. Gentiles are not just England. They got the whole place sewn up. But not us, you ain't God. Not us, you ain't. You damn tramp. We didn't buy none of your stuff. We didn't take nothing on tick. Not one thing. Not one thing done. One thing. And that's what you're going to come up with people now, innit? Can you imagine him when he comes back soon? He says, right, you owe me this and that. Take this mark. Take this mark. That's what you're saying, innit? You can imagine it, it's got it all worked out. But when you ain't got no Jesus in your dance, I mean, Emmanuel, sorry, Father, you ain't got no Emmanuel. Because when you say Emmanuel, then, Elohim is in the name. But when you say Jesus, Elohim's not in the name at all. At all. Damn fool. And then now you're doing LGBT in churches. Good luck to you, bro. And doing all some freaky dances, and good luck to you, bro. You've always been a sex dog. Always been a nasty sex dog. Everything about you's been sex dog. This is why your king, what was his name? Molech. What was it? Baal. No, sorry, Baal. Prophet Baal, him. And we beat him up and killed him. But that one, right, was designed to only
do porn to make us go astray in porn. Us. No one else, but everyone else just nasty tramps that they are. They fell for it more than we did. But that was for us. Baal. There's a spirit called, there's a prophet, sorry, called Baal. And that's who they burn offerings to, Baal and Moloch. These two prophets here. We killed them already, we dealt with them. But the nastiness of it still goes on. And they created that just for the sons, because Father said to them, come here, these two tramps. If you try to do anything to my son, even if you say one bad word, I will kill you instantly. So what they do, they went and thought and said, I know what we can do. We can get women, right, to turn into harlots to them, and then they can have sex with them, and then Father will discipline them. And this is all it is, guys. This is all it is. Just to get the sons. I know, all this attention on one set of sons. And then you've got the other sons who are doing this. The other sons who are doing this. These are the other sons. And they're doing it to piss Father off. And to get people to follow them. Because they know they're going to die. It's written everywhere they're going to die. In the book. Everywhere. But when you don't read the book and they tell you not to read it, just to follow this nonsense. And then when the time comes, you're going to die with them. You're going to die with them. Look at the nasty stuff they're doing. And they're bringing that into the church. Because they are that nasty Christian church. You think you're the Hebrew church and you can bring that into the church? Are you mad? I know Christians are standing up and saying anything. And these are the same people that say put shit on Jesus and then burn him in shit. These are the same people. And then now you're in your church doing that nonsense. So that means that Christianity is not working, because why? Why? Because the calm down. Start again. All right. The heartbeat of Christianity is Jesus. The heartbeat of Israel is to put poo-poo on him. Excuse me. So how can they be in your church? If they tell you up front, put poo-poo on him, and you'll say, no, this is our DNA. So they're both devil children. Because it makes no sense. There's no respect there for Emmanuel. There's none there at all for him. Just come up with some new names that you make up in Jesus, which is your pagan names, which has no power. You're just tricking people because they don't even know who Jesus is. Or even Emmanuel. They know nothing. They're just following nonsense what their parents showed them, and they've never checked it out themselves. And it's all satanistic now, every last bit of it. Because there's only one original. There can't be two originals. It's original, you damn tramp. This is nonsense, man. And then you want people to fall into this foolish nonsense just to what? Keep it going. And it's our story you're trying to tell in a pagan way. And you're dying out. Everything you touch is dying. Your economy is dying. Your suicide rate's dying. There is nothing left to you. And you still think that you can be something. You have killed the earth, your behavior, and you've killed your own people. Because you're connected to Satan, that's why. It's not hard to work out. Now look at your churches. You're doing all them nastiness in your church. You're a church, and you can't even say anything. You've embarrassed yourself, and Father's going to wipe you out for it though, because you've embarrassed yourself. You've even let them flipping burn your children. You've even let them put laws in to do what they want with your kids. And you know it's damn true. And now they've just walked all over the church, doing all that nastiness in your church, and telling you to put poo-poo on it. That's why they can go in there and do that. Because if you didn't put poo on there is no way they could, the spirit wouldn't allow it. The spirit, they'd be too frightened. But they've killed the Jesus, the Emmanuel spirit. There was no spirit in there, sorry, because of the name Jesus, there was no spirit in there. Because Father's not going to come into that name, because he didn't give it that name. The name he gave it to, he comes in it, because his name means, I am with you. That's what the name means. Jesus doesn't mean that. He didn't give him that name. And Hebrew names have deep meanings. Spirits go through the names. That's why they changed the names, the damn tramp. But you couldn't change my name, could you damn tramp? You couldn't change my name. I still got my first Hebrew name, Misha'el. Still got it, you damn tramp. Still looking to lock me out. On the 12th now, looking to take this home, yeah? Well, we'll see how you're going to do that. Because the world's starting to find out really what's going on now. You're damn right you are. Father's exposing all of it. And he's going to come and smash these, but in front of you. You're going to see them get smashed up, guys, in front of you. He's going to show it to you. There's not going to be no hiding. Rasta, I would hate to be you.
I would hate to be you, because when he strikes, you just don't know. Bam, straight away. Bam. When you need something fixed, bam, you just walk into it, it's fixed. Wow. Gets people to come up to you and, wow. That's Father. Wow. You got to praise him and say, wow, you did that. Tell him you know it's him. Tell him. You're damn right. I don't see them magical, mystical stuff coming out the sky and doing that for you. Not at all, you damn tramp. And you're going to die. He said, you're going to die. By the sword. That's what it says. It's written, one line, one sentence. Amos, chapter 9, verse 10. You messing around with my children, you'll instantly die by the sword. That's what it says. And all the wicked stuff he done to his child. You'll die, Rasta. And serve it right, man. And serve you right. And the worst thing for you to do is not to believe it. That's the worst thing for you to do, you damn idiot. Thinking you're untouchable. And all the people who tell you to do it, where are they now? Where are they now? Where are they now? They've got their own problems going on. And this is how it works. Leaves you at the front of it. And loves it as well. They don't like you. None of them like you. They don't like you at all. They want to see you hurt. And then they want to see you screaming with them in the lake of fire. You stay there. You think these people like you, you idiot. And that's why they write laws in their book. Right, that they can put you to death if you do something wrong. And your children are 3 years, one day you can have sex with. And nothing happens to you. That's the amount of respect they got for you. Because you sold out to them. Because you sold out to them. And you down with than I just done. Because we grew up in the 70s and you wasn't like that at all. You wasn't like that at all. You sold out England. You damn well sold out. And you damn well know it. You damn well sold out, bro. And to who? These idiots that are going to die. Because you don't read the book. You don't read the book. You just listen to that nonsense what they tell you. And the book, this is the same book they got. The same book they got is what you got. And you don't want to read it. Because you don't want to learn knowledge yourself. You just want to let them tell you nonsense. And then you got paid them money as well. And they call it tithings or some nonsense like that. These people are dangerous, bro. They are not your friends. They are not your friends at all. They are dangerous now. Absolutely. So what are you going to do then, guys? What are you going to do about the situation? What are you going to do? Still stay and be a pussy, excuse my language. And be frightened of Israel. You need to be frightened of Jesus, yes, huh? That's what you need to be frightened of. Because you like to change and rearrange real things. That's what you like to do. Just to make it all look pagan and white. You stupid idiot. And that is where you went wrong in life. Change the children's names. You didn't change nobody else's name. No other children's name did you change, did you? Did you? Not even Africans' names. They're not important. These children are important. The ones that you changed their name to your name. No other children's name you changed. Just these particular children's name you changed to your second name. Because they're so super priceless, isn't they? And why do you think Father wants them back? You damn idiot. Huh? And then you've got the whole world to turn against us. When the whole world copies everything we do and puts it on themselves. Our music, our food, our style, everything. Because they're pagans. They know absolutely nothing. Listen to their music. Our music's in there. They're thieves, man. And then don't want to give you no recognition for your stuff. They want to come and do your stuff with Goldilocks. About Goldilocks? What are you talking about, you damn idiot? Ain't you dreadlocks? Well, Goldilocks. Man. What about tall, dark and handsome? Then they show you a white man with dark hair. Rasta. What about Sir and Lord? And then you want me to call Father Lord? Are you mad? Lord is Baal. Rasta. These are pagan people, man. That worship gods and all sorts of wickedness. They're wicked, done. Rasta. They are wicked. Trust me, wicked. And I should know. Wicked. Plot, scheme, put cameras in your house, lie. Wicked. All because Esau. Because they know who we are. You don't even know you. I didn't even tell you. They just told you, just put races in you. And niggas, just put that nonsense in you and just made you turn racist and you don't even know why. But that's not the reason why. It's because who these children are. They're children of Yahuwah. That's who they are. And you don't even know that because you don't even know who he is. You know something about God. Who the hell's God? Who the hell's Lord? They lied to you, man. You've been praising devils all your life. That's what you've been praising. Devils all your life. That's what you've been praising, guys. You've been calling him God. They got multiple gods. You don't know which God they're talking about. They don't say God of Israel, do they? Do you ever hear them say God of Israel? No, they're talking about God and Lord. And Lord is Baal. In God we trust. They put on the back of the money. Yeah, we don't know which God it is they're talking about. We don't know which God it is they're talking about. But you wouldn't put God on money, would you, Father? Because Father doesn't do materials, and it's a white man thing. They just make this paper money and put their faces on it. It's got nothing to do with Father. So which God are they on about? When they write in their back of their money, in God we trust. And God doesn't do materials, let alone money. So which God are they on about when they write on the back of their American dollar? In God we trust. You stay there. They're devils, man. Look at the behaviour. Look at the behaviour. There's nothing godly in that behaviour. They're bombing, killing, raping, lying, stealing. And you're telling me that's what? That's how you behave? No, sir. You can keep that. You can keep that rubbish. And fear and nonsense and disease. Oh, disease ain't no word, man. An infection. Oh, gosh. Why? Scary, bro. Absolutely scary. Got to go into hospital and have an operation. And, whoa. No, man, not at all. That is scary, bro. That is scary. And that's just bad living, Rasta. And not eating the stuff you're meant to eat and look after yourself. It tells you what to eat and what not to eat. But you don't business about that. You just want to be yourself, innit? You don't business about that at all. At all, you people. Be very good at hurting people, though, innit? Very good. Very good. I have no idea. I just forgot to do it. I did. I don't know. Come on, baby. I think she needs longer, innit? I have no idea. There she is. Hey, good looking. What you got cooking? Love. 2 ages, didn't you? I know. Man, I had a spiritual day today. Oh, here we go. She's gone up again. Oh, gosh. She's gone up again. Oh, no. I'll let her do it on her own time. Oh, I will. I mean, goodness sake. Right. Is there any Misha'els in the dance? Dedication to all Misha'els. Misha'el, how you doing, sister? Please. Weird. I know, since I've been on this journey, long time when you sat down and thought about sisters, innit? I know. Fathers reconditioned me, innit? I know, me sister. Right, it's coming up now. Gosh. Right. Boy. Oh, gosh. Boy. Right. What we've got here now, we have 12 o'clock on the dot-ish, 17. Right, come on in. Oh, more this devil stuff.
Not only the United States, but the world. Let's check this one out.
Might not expect that one of the city's most important LGBTQ plus landmarks to be a church, but that's exactly what makes the Cathedral of St. John the Divine so iconic. During the AIDS epidemic, when many religious institutions turned their backs on the gay community, St. John's opened its doors. The cathedral hosted memorials, advocated for people living with HIV/AIDS, and became a place of support during one of the community's darkest chapters. So while it is the largest church in North America and the world's largest Protestant cathedral, its real legacy might be a little bit deeper, proving that faith and acceptance acceptance don't have to be enemies, and that a church actually practices what it preaches. You might not.
I guarantee that watching this video can help you earn £50,000 in just 1 month.
That is Tony Blair. It's a very bad man. A very, very, very bad man. Tony Blair. He's done a lot of terrible things in Africa. Yeah, Jesus told me. The child next door. He told me the stuff he done in Africa. This man here. But they don't tell you about this stuff here. But he's from Africa. You've done some bad things, Tony Blair, to his country and his people. Some bad things, bro. These sons, man.
I think it's funny how Satan decides to twist the words of God. So according to this person that made this video, this is the largest church in the in North America. Okay, I'm not
America. So not only has he got America paying everything for him and his children, they're now infecting these churches, which pay 30 billion every Sunday. You know, when you come and you give that the tithing, that's what they tell me it's called. You know, you give the tithing, telling people that Father says, or even Jesus says, because you can't use Emmanuel, even Jesus says, because Jesus would say that, give me some money. Jesus would definitely say that, give me some money. All right? Well, if you don't give it to me, give it to one of my boys, and then I will give you a prayer. Yeah, Jesus would tell you that. Because every Sunday, right, on that Sunday Satan service, the boys, they do a good job really when you think about it. Them preachers, them dreamer preachers, they do a good job because they collect 30 billion every Sunday. Every Sunday. So they do a good job. To idiots who don't do their own research, who have money to give them fools. And then they'll say, Jesus, don't worry, he'll come check you later. Because Jesus would do that. Their Jesus would do that. Because there's no such thing as Jesus. But their Jesus would do that. His name is Emmanuel or Yeshua because Elohim is in that name. So there's two in one. And they don't need no handouts from no trams or to trick their people, because tithings doesn't even mean that. Tithings means that people give to the church, yeah. But they give to the church for the widow, for the disabled, for the crippled. When there's a bad time, they come to the church and we say, we have these things for you and your family. That's what it's for. Not to give to the pastor. So that's blasphemy there. And Father will beat you up for that, son. Because you're abusing the church. And you're turning the church into money. And you will definitely die for it, you and your sons. 100%. 100%. But it's not even a wasting time saying, repent and don't do it, right? Because you're so comfortable in that lie. And to give up 30 billion every week, there ain't no way you can do that, because you ain't going to be the man, are you? You ain't going to be. You couldn't even get into the damn disco, you damn tramp. You couldn't even be an altar boy. They didn't even select you to be an altar boy, you damn tramp. But you found a way to lie to the people using tithings, which is not for, to trick the people and then go on like, you know, you're the disco superstar. And you couldn't even get in, you damn tramp. You didn't even have a pair of Farrahs, let alone waffles. Sit down, you damn tramp.
Sure, I don't know how accurate that is, but it's a pretty big church. And he's saying that this church is following God's commands by accepting the lifestyle of this community.
They're lying.
And that they're practicing what they preach by loving the people. And that is something that is so distorted, because they are saying that if you do not accept our lifestyle, you do not love us. And that is a complete lie from hell. It is.
Of course it is.
You do not have to accept a lifestyle of someone in order to love them. Instead, you call them to the truth. Instead, you call them to living something that is better. And there's no better lifestyle to live than to live for Jesus Christ. There's no better lifestyle to live than to live in the commandments of God. Okay, and so it's a complete lie to say that if we don't support that lifestyle, we don't love the people. And in fact, we love the people by telling them the truth, because we don't want to see people perish.
True.
Now, as a believer of Jesus Christ, I am choosing to make a stance and put a line in the sand and say, this is where I stand, and the same places that I stand on is the thing that God wants me to stand on. And that's his word. And that is his scripture. And that is the lifestyle that he wants me to live. And no one is perfect, but as a Christian, we are to make a commitment to Christ and say, I want to live for you. And we cannot let the words of other people influence that. We cannot let the words of the enemy influence that. We cannot let the words of individuals that are in complete rebellion against God influence that. We have to stand on God's word regardless of the outcome that will happen, regardless of the hate that will come against us, regardless of persecution that will come against us. And that's the exact thing that Philip Anthony Mitchell is saying in this clip that I want to show you guys, okay?
Philip Anthony Mitchell, I'm going to have to stop watching you, bro. I thought you was going to go against him. But you're not wise enough. You're not wise enough.
Check this out.
Some of you won't even put a scripture on your social media because you're worried about all the unbelievers who might feel offended that you posted about Jesus.
No. He's an imposter, this child here. He knows what to say with passion to get you to believe what he's saying. This is a devil. This is a dangerous devil. This one here. Absolute. This is the best one. There's another one called Rory. My father dealt with him and his grandson. And he come on here and started crying and asking for help. But he didn't ask Jesus for help. He asked you to pray for him. But he didn't ask Jesus to help him, or Emmanuel, or Yahuwah. He asked you to pray for him and pray for his grandson. And they got a disease where no one knows what it is. And they're crying on the internet. But he was the second best. Look, this one's their favorite one. This one here. Anthony Phillips Matthew. This one here. And even you've been fooled by him. Even you have been fooled by him. But you're a Christian anyway. So you would follow him. This guy's been built by Israel. They're talking about the same people that Israel doing that nonsense. And Israel raised this child. And he's telling you that the Israelites are them. And he's a brown child. So you're all lost, man. You're all lost. You doing the show as well. You're just lost. These brown children in America, they're just on a different level. They have no idea what's really going on. No idea at all. Because of that damn Christian book, Rasta. You cannot be in control of that book because he is. Right? And everything he's taught you about Jesus. There's no Jesus in that damn book. You got the wrong book. His name is Yeshua and Yahuwah. Those are the books you need with their real names in them. And they come alive at you. They don't come alive when people copy it and change their names. Because all you got there is a spirit, and the spirit won't come alive in there because you need the name to call it to come alive. And nothing ain't coming alive with Jesus because it's a pagan name, Rasta.
Man, some of y'all need to be like, listen, man, after today, you might as well unfollow me now because I'm about to go crazy on my social media. You might as well
When they say two words, they get excited because these children are even lost than he is. And they feel comfortable because they belong to that nonsense. So they're comfortable in the lie because no one's not telling them no. And they don't even have to read the book. They just believe what he tells them, what's in the book. And they just believe it. That's how dumb these people are.
Follow me now. You might as well unfollow me now because from this day off, it's going to be me and Christ on this social media feed. Sorry. There's going to be scriptures in the morning and devotions in the evening, and I'm testifying about what Jesus did last week. Girl, you changed. Bro, you changed. What happened to you? You're not even the same person you used to be. Yeah, I'm filled with the Holy Spirit now.
There's no spirit in him. There's no spirit. I've just paused his face. I can see the demon. I've just paused his face. I've just paused it. There's no spirit. It's a demon. Look at the face. You can't see it, can you? You just can't see it. You're not meant to see it. It's not for you. That's a demon, man. That's a demon. That is a demon. That is a demon. Thank you, miss. That a child knows a rapist, a child knows a paedophile, and a child knows a demon. That is a demon. I've just paused his face. That's a demon. You can see it as clear as day. There's a demon.
Oh my God, oh my filled with the Holy Spirit now!
That's nonsense. I mean, hidden violence in that. What is the Holy Spirit? You try to say that's the Ruach Kodesh. That. Okay.
Somebody give him praise in his place! Of course I'm different. I'm filled with the Spirit. Why you don't? Because I'm filled. How come you? Because I'm filled. You stopped it because I'm filled. You don't even talk like because I'm filled. You don't even go because I'm filled. Because I'm filled. Because I'm...
It's too much excitement. Let me just forward it.
Have you ever seen a magical product that transforms any ordinary space into a romantic universe in seconds? This is the...
You no longer care about...
Do you remember, guys? The Spirit is so gentle and it goes with the air. You know, the Ruach. The Ruach glides in the air. Right? It's not a demon. That's a demon, Dan. That's a demon. I don't even want to watch this anyway. I don't want to watch this. This is too much demons, Dan. There's too much demons. They're good actors still. But if you know what you're looking for, that's a demon, Dan, all day, every day. It's a demon. Ah, look who it is. Look who it is. Real man. Right? This is the first one that really opened my eyes. With We Are Not Black People. That documentary there opened me up. TruthUnedited.com, the best. Charlie's Angel, you never see him, never shows his face. Ron.
Of the population.
And he's got a Hebrew name as well. Yeah, Ron is a Hebrew name. The real son. Coming.
Judgment is upon this world. Bible prophecy is about to be fulfilled. I mean, you can feel the shift happening in this world. There's so much happening behind the scenes in this world right now. The hearts and mind of the population, it's dark, wicked, and full of rebellion. The narrative that leads to the collapse of the system that will direct people towards the beast is truly forming strong. It is my hopes that everyone that's in the truth is preparing for rough times that are coming this way. Last week, in my reading, I was in the book of Ezekiel. And when I was reading these 3 chapters, I felt so blessed. And I was so full of joy and excitement and understanding. In 3 chapters, Yahuwah has proclaimed his truth and has proclaimed what is coming to this world. He's made it so clear, but yet the majority does not have a clue.
I know.
Mostly because they're not reading these books. Exactly. And when they're reading it, they're reading it with the wrong characters in mind. Like right now, there's a movement going on that's speaking a lot about Ezekiel 38 and 39, but it's mainly speaking about these people in Israel.
Oh yeah, that boy there.
And people are just taking bits and pieces from it, not reading the whole books, and they're pulling from it and making their own narrative about what is coming in this world, as if Ezekiel 38 is something that's about to happen soon. It's because the wrong characters are in place.
And Iran is financially supporting every major group that is currently prepared to launch a military attack against Israel. We're talking about the Hamas in Gaza, the Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Yeah, this was a lie. This was a big lie. Yeah, this was just to frighten you. And these things you can line it up with the countries that are in the Bible. But this is not the scripture. He's just making all this nonsense up, this boy here. We saw this the other day. We're not going to go, he's just using it as an example. But yeah, this is the devil as well. Brown boy as well, guys. Brown boy as well.
Lebanon and the Houthis in Yemen. And on top of that, Iran is building nuclear weapons. Their stated goal as a nation is the total destruction of Israel. And Israel itself, a nation that didn't even exist for nearly 1900 years, is now back in its ancient homeland with Jewish people who have returned from over 100 countries around the world. Now, here's the part that...
But what you're trying to say, if all the Israel people have returned back to Israel, right, then the only time they can really do that is when they have the Messiah, because it's the Messiah who gathers them. They don't gather all themselves and bring themselves there. The Messiah gathers the children and brings them there, and then the children worship their king. They don't go there on their own. And you don't like the Messiah. You put shit on him and poo-poo, excuse my language. So how are you there already when you don't even like him? and you put poo-poo on him. Your thing makes no sense, children of Satan. It makes no sense. No sense.
Back in its ancient homeland with Jewish people who have returned from over 100 countries around the world. Now, here's the part that should shock you. Every single detail that I just described, Russia, Iran, Turkey, what they are currently doing, why they are doing it, Israel coming back as a nation, the Jewish people returning from countries all over the world, was predicted by a Jewish prophet named Ezekiel. Not last year, not last decade, no, 2,600 years ago, this dude Ezekiel prophesied everything that's happening in our political climate today and things that have not yet happened. And this prophecy is found in Ezekiel chapter 38, commonly known as the chapter on Gog and Magog. Yeah, we finally gonna deal with it here on The Beat.
False.
Of course it is.
But I'm not here to talk about the lie.
Exactly.
I want to talk about what blessed me. I want to read these 3 chapters of Ezekiel and discuss what Yahweh has said and give a biblical overview of Bible prophecy. And with those of us who love Yahweh, what we are waiting for.
True.
These chapters, they spoke so much to me. And so I believe that they will bless many of you. So I am led to read them.
Go on then.
We will read these 3 chapters from Ezekiel. Ezekiel chapters 34, 35, and 36. Let's begin. Okay, so we'll start in chapter 34. In this book, Ezekiel is prophesying of what Yahweh has shown him and told him. In the beginning of chapter 34, before he gets started, he has a word against the shepherds of Israel, and it's an important word. So we will start there. It says, "And the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of man, prophesy against the shepherds of Israel. Prophesy and say to them, Thus says Yahweh Elohim to the shepherds, Woe to the shepherds of Israel who feed themselves. Should not the shepherds feed the flocks?
True.
You eat the fat and clothe yourselves with the wool. You slaughter the fatlings, but you do not feed the flock.
True.
The weak you have not strengthened,
True.
nor have you healed those who were sick, nor bound up the broken, nor brought back what was driven away, nor sought what was lost. But with force and cruelty you have ruled them.
Okay.
So they were scattered because there was no shepherd, and they became food for all the beasts of the field when they were scattered. My sheep wandered through all the mountains and on every high hill. Yes, my flock was scattered over the whole face of the earth, and no one was seeking or searching for them.
True.
Therefore, you shepherds, hear the word of Yahweh. As I live, says Yahweh Elohim, surely because my flock became a prey, and my flock became food for every beast of the field, because there was no shepherd, nor did my shepherds search for my flock.
True.
But the shepherds fed themselves and did not feed my flock. Therefore, O shepherds, hear the word of Yahweh. Thus says Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I am against the shepherds, and I will require my flock at their hand. I will cause them to cease feeding the sheep, and the shepherds shall feed themselves no more. For I will deliver my flock from their mouths, that they may no longer be food for them. Ezekiel chapter 34, verses 1 through 10. Now, as he's speaking, this is a word against the shepherds in Israel, those who were supposed to be feeding the flock of Yahweh, feeding his people, teaching his people how to serve him and love him and to do his will.
True.
But also, as you read this, you can parallel it to our modern day times and understand the warning that's given to all these people who claim to be shepherds of the truth, shepherds of the word.
Oh, gosh.
This word here is truly a word against all pastors and all these leaders of churches. But this is also to the many people who are now social media influencers and who have made themselves teachers, though they were not called to be.
Exactly.
You have judgment upon you for the false words you have taught and you have shared. Be clear, again, this message was first for those who led Israel, yes. This is for the priests who led Israel before captivity. It was for the sects like the Pharisees and the Sadducees who eventually led the...
Yo, let me just say something, right? You know, those who are, doing father's work. You know what father's is as well? You have to show people how you live as well. Right? Because it's not just reading the Bible, he says. You have to show people, because you have to show them how you live. There's a certain way you have to live. So it's not just coming up on stage, and because, you don't live in a stage, do you? Right? And you have to cook food a certain way. And you have to have certain things in your house. And you can't have unleavened bread and all everything there. You don't even know about them things, do you? This is how serious this thing is. We think it's just loving Jesus. You stay there.
Yahudi.
And there's no Elohim in that name. There is no one in that name. So when you're calling that name, no one's dealing with you. Because everything's in the name. The Hebrew name. And it's giving you an easy one to remember, guys. Emmanuel. That is his name. Given to him by Father. So use that name and you will get through to him. He's not going to ask you with a pagan name. He's not into no name change. These are righteous names now. Righteous names. I'm not going to lower their names for Jesus.
When they came back to the land, these people, they took care of themselves and not the people. Yahweh said, the weak you have not
by people who hate him. You answer to them names. You're a joke, though.
Strengthened, nor have you healed those who were sick, nor bound up the broken, nor brought back what was driven away, nor sought what was lost, but with force and cruelty you have ruled them.
Good joke.
Of the truth, shepherds of the word. This word here is truly a word against all pastors and all these leaders of churches. But this is also to the many people who are now social media influencers and who have made themselves teachers, though they were not called to be.
True.
You have judgment upon you for the false words you have taught and you have shared.
You're damn right.
Be cleared. Again, this message was first for those who led Israel, yes. This is for the priests who led Israel before captivity. It was for the sects like the Pharisees and the Sadducees who eventually led the Yahudim when they came back to the land. These people, they took care of themselves and not the people. Yahweh said, the weak you have not strengthened, nor have you healed those who were sick, nor bound up the broken, nor brought back what was driven away, nor sought what was lost, but with force and cruelty you have ruled them. Basically, they didn't build up his people. They didn't fix the conditions that kept them in sin. They didn't bring the people back that were driven away from him. They just ruled over them and served themselves. And what did Yahweh say he did? Verse 5 says, so they were scattered because there was no shepherd, and they became food for all the beasts of the field when they were scattered. And that's exactly what happened to Israel. They were scattered as was prophesied and driven to the four corners of the earth. And they were driven into the hands of the wicked. Verse 6 says, my flock was scattered over the whole face of the earth, and no one was seeking or searching for them. Understand it as if they were sheep, and he's speaking to the shepherds. When the sheep were led astray, the shepherds were supposed to go back and find them. But his sheep were led astray, and no one was searching for them. No one cared. And that has been to this day. He says no one was seeking or searching for them. And this is pretty contradictory, being that there is a strong majority who seeks after the people in the land of Israel today. But when applied in truth, it's easily seen that the world does not seek after Yahweh's people who are scattered and who are lost. But in fact, they hate these people.
Yeah.
In this world, there is not a shortage of people who claim to be shepherds of the word of Yahweh. Absolutely not. But they are not truly serving him, and they have left his people and have not sought to feed them. But they still do the same exact thing these other shepherds of...
This is a good way of expressing what he's saying there. He's saying the sheep, right, guys? And the sheep are the brown boys and the brown girls. Those are the sheep. So he's saying all those prophets who are coming up and talking, they're not talking about his children and gathering his children. This is what he's saying. But the system's got you to hate the children and just concentrate on yourselves. And it's not about you guys. I know it hurts to hear it, but it's nothing about you until you attach yourself to the children. Because it's all about the children. And they've turned it around and made the children look like they're nothing. And this is what the system's done. And you'll find that very soon if you haven't worked it out already, guys. It's not a joke. And you've got all these every last one of them is an idiot. These ones in church, because they want money. They're in that system thing. They're sellouts, son, and he's picking them off one by one. Because they're all liars. They're supposed to be getting the children and bringing the children back and nurturing the children. Because about the children, because these children are going to lead the way for Father's world. Because that's all he's interested in, is his kingdom, getting that ready. He's not interested about this nonsense. And it's his children that are going to get it ready. Because they're 12 tribes of Israel. That's the plan. Nothing else is going to change. It's his plan. That's what's going to go on, whether anyone likes it or not. That's what's going on.
And who are lost. But in fact, they
And 12 tribes has nothing to do with the world. Nothing at all. That is only the sons. You know the birthright? The special ones? You ain't got no birthright. Birthright is only Hebrew sons. Firstborn, chuck them in the river. Them quality children, them. They are the 12 tribes. No one else is in that. No, you have to be Hebrew to fit in that. Only. I was not intermingle, as we know. And that is the truth of it.
these people. In this world, there is not a shortage of people who claim to be shepherds of the word of Yahuwah. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
But they are not truly serving him, and they have left his people and have not sought to feed them. But they still do the same exact thing these other shepherds of Israel did. It will be worse for most of these pastors of these churches and these organizations today because they were never called in the first place by Yahuwah. But it's still the same thing because they claim to be shepherds. What needs to be known is that Yahuwah has spoken against.
I can hear it now. I just had it here a minute ago. I have no idea. You're trying to test me. I got it. I got it. It dropped to the floor. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. You want to get angry, innit? Let's just get angry. The blood covenant. Oh, and the blood covenant as well. With Moses as well. There's lots with these children. Lots to secure them. There's a lot with these children, man. That's why you get someone drugs so you can control them. They say, yeah. But then Father says, no, I'll keep you on drugs. He's the one who got him for me today. You stay there. He says, I didn't make you to be perfect, did I? In a world what just doesn't make people perfect. I know what I'm doing with my children here, sir. And look what you've done to Dennis Brown and Gregory and Michael Jackson. Yeah, because they went with you. I ain't going with you. I'm staying with Father. He ain't turning me into no junkie and then sexually abusing me, mate.
Them.
And then killing
Verse
me.
7 says, Therefore, O shepherds, hear the word of Yahuwah. Thus says Yahuwah Elohim. Behold, I am against the shepherds, and I will require my flock at their
This is what he's saying to you boys now. He said he's against you shepherds.
Shepherds. What needs to be known is that Yahuwah has spoken against them. Verse 7 says, Therefore, O shepherds, hear the word of Yahuwah. Thus says Yahuwah Elohim. Behold, I am against the shepherds, and I will require my flock at their hand. I will cause them to cease feeding the sheep, and the shepherds shall feed themselves no more. For I will deliver my flock from their mouths, that they may no longer be food for them. And this exact thing is happening right now, which is exactly why so many of his children are walking away from these false teachers, these false organizations, these false pastors, these false religions. All of you who teach the word of Yahuwah falsely, he is against you, and he said he will require his flock at your hand. If you have been teaching doctrines that are against him and that are teaching people how to not serve him the way he desires, he is against you.
True.
You have made yourself a direct enemy against the Most High.
You're damn right you have.
You all who have appointed yourselves because of what you learned in your theology schools or based upon how well you grasped your religion that they taught you, he is against you. Right now, when I talk to people, most of these people, they think it's me against them. I am very excited for the time when he puts forth his judgment, and no one can say that they were not warned.
Exactly.
But honestly, this is not the point of this video. I just didn't want to leave anything out as we were reading. The important thing to recognize is that Yahuwah scattered his people.
True.
He sent his flock in the world because of their disobedience.
True.
If you do not understand that this happened, then you do not understand the future. His people are scattered. We'll read more about it. Let's keep reading.
Let's keep reading.
If you have well water rings that don't go away, you need to watch this.
Truth.
Take any dirty toilet, pour in a small amount of foam, and watch the foam expand to cover the entire bowl. Let it sit for about 20 minutes.
Simplify it. Beautiful word. Simplify.
For thus says Yahuwah Elohim.
I'm ready.
Understand the future. His people are scattered. We'll read more about it. Let's keep reading. For thus says Yahuwah Elohim. Indeed, I myself will search for my sheep and seek them out. As a shepherd seeks out his flock on the day he is among his scattered sheep, so will I seek out my sheep and deliver them from all places where they were scattered on a cloudy and dark day. And I will bring them out from the peoples and gather them from the countries and will bring them to their own land. I'll feed them on the mountains of Israel in the valleys and in all the inhabited places of the country. I will feed them in good pasture.
In all the inhabited places of the country. There it is right there. I will feed them on the mountains of Yasharel. Here it is, in the valleys and in all the inhabited places of the country. So that means there's places we ain't even seen. There's places in the earth that we ain't even seen. It's inhabited. You stay there.
And will bring them to their own land. I'll feed them on the mountains of Israel, in the valleys and in all the inhabited places of the country. I will feed them in good pasture, and their fold shall be on the high mountains of Israel. There they shall lie down in a good fold, and feed in rich pasture on the mountains of Israel. I will feed my flock, and I will make them lie down, says Yahweh Elohim. I will seek what was lost and bring back what was driven away. Bind up the broken and strengthen what was sick. But I will destroy the fat and the strong and feed them in judgment. And as for you, O my flock, thus says Yahweh Elohim, behold, I shall judge between sheep and sheep, between rams and goats. Is it too little for you to have eaten up the good pasture, that you must tread down with your feet the residue of your pasture, and to have drunk of the clear waters, that you must foul the residue with your feet? And as for my flock, they eat what you have trampled with your feet, and they drink what you have fouled with your feet. Therefore, thus says Yahweh Elohim to them, behold, I myself judge between the fat and the lean sheep, because you have pushed with side and shoulder, butted all the weak ones with your horns, and scattered them abroad. Therefore I will save my flock, and they shall no longer be a prey. And I will judge between sheep and sheep. I will establish one shepherd over them, and he shall feed them, my servant David. He shall feed them and be their shepherd. And I, Yahweh, will be their Elohim. My servant David, a prince among them, I, Yahweh, have spoken. I will make a covenant of peace with them, and cause wild beasts to cease from the land, and they shall dwell safely in the wilderness and sleep in the woods. I will make them and the places all around my hill a blessing. And I
sleep in the woods. Are you hearing? Are you hearing this? Are you hearing? We're going back to old school. We're going back to, and you know me, I love outside. I love it. I've never been camping before or anything like that. I will be now. I will be. Just stop it.
Wild beasts to cease from the land, and they shall dwell safely in the wilderness and sleep in the woods.
Sleep in the woods.
I will make them and the places all around my hill a blessing, and I will cause showers to come down in this season. There shall be showers of blessing. Then the trees of the field shall yield their fruit, and the earth shall yield her increase. They shall be safe in their land, and they shall know that I am Yahweh when I have broken the bands of their yoke and delivered them from the hand of those who enslave them. And they shall no longer be a prey for the nations, nor shall beasts of the land devour them, but they shall dwell safely, and no one shall make them afraid.
So, when they're telling you about we're rising and we're going up to heaven, now you know it's nonsense. I just told you we're going camping. We're staying down here for a very long time. Because don't forget, this is eternal. So they're telling you about we're going up to heaven. They don't know nothing about nothing. They're just dreamers, Dan. They're just dreamers. And the things in the book telling you, because they're talking about the children, they don't want you to know about the children. The ones that they've persecuted and taken the book from and then put their stupid pagan people there. And this is what's being revealed because Father's revealing it because he's coming for his children. He's coming for them. He scattered them. He's coming for them.
Of the land devour them, but they shall dwell safely, and no one shall make them afraid. I will raise up for them a garden of renown, and they shall no longer be consumed with hunger in the land, nor bear the shame of the Gentiles anymore.
Or bear
Thus
the
they shall
shame of the Gentiles anymore. The thing is talking to you guys. The thing's telling you. This is the dance. This is the dance. And long may it continue, Dan. We want to go home, bro. We want to down and go home. We're in foreign right now. This is foreign.
and the earth shall yield her increase. They shall be safe in their land, and they shall know that I am Yahweh when I have broken the bands of their yoke and deliver them from the hand of those who enslave them.
Killing.
And they shall no longer be a prey for the nations, nor shall beasts of the land devour them. But they shall dwell safely, and no one shall make them afraid. I will raise up for them a garden of renown, and they shall no longer be consumed with hunger in the land, nor bear the shame of the Gentiles any more. Thus they shall know that I, Yahweh their Elohim, am with them, and they, the house of Israel, are my people, says Yahweh Elohim. You are my flock, the flock of my pasture. You are men, and I am your Elohim, says Yahweh Elohim.
You are men.
You, says Yahweh Elohim.
I am your Elohim. You know, damn children that put on dresses. You are men, and I am your Elohim, says Yahuwah, your Elohim.
You are my flock, the flock of my pasture. You are men, and I am your Elohim, says Yahweh Elohim. Ezekiel chapter 34, verses 11 through 31. Hallelujah.
Crazy.
I encourage you to read and study these chapters on your own.
Right.
Understand the world, particularly Christians, they do not understand what he is saying, and therefore they ignore all of this, because as he said from the beginning, his flock was scattered over the whole face of the earth, and no one was seeking or searching for them.
True.
So the majority of this world has no clue about what he's declaring here. The majority of this world, they do not recognize who his children are. In fact, the majority, they want to fight about the fact that they feel it doesn't even matter anymore because Christians are the one who are in covenant with him.
Yeah, right.
It's a whole bunch of religion that makes people not know what Yahweh has truly said, but he has proclaimed it either way. He scattered his children, and as verse 11 and 12 says, indeed, I myself will search for my sheep and seek them out, as a shepherd seeks out his flock on the day he is among his scattered sheep. So I will seek out my sheep and deliver them from all the places where they were scattered. Verse 16 says, I will seek what was lost and bring back what was driven away, bind up the broken and strengthen what was sick. But I will destroy the fat and the strong and
that's
feed.
Nice, Father. Thank you. I didn't see that one. I will seek what was lost and bring back what was driven away, bind up the broken and strengthen up the sick. Yeah, good. That's a nice one. I'm going to take that one. That is a nice one. I need a pen. Yeah, that's a nice one, Father. Because there are a lot of people who've made mistakes, man. It's a mistake, isn't it? And you know what his damn words like. It encourages you to do bad. Right, where's the pen gone? Oh, here it is. Yeah, that's a nice one. I'm going to print that one tomorrow. The E-key. Yeah, this is the dry bones, isn't it? Equilasco 37 is dry bones. But this one is 34:16. Yeah, this is a nice one. I'm going to do this one tomorrow. Broken and sick. And sick. Just heal you. Because it's him that made you sick and broken. So he can heal you. You damn right he can. You damn right. Just repent to him. Just tell me sorry. Just talk to him. Just talk to him. The same way you see him talking. Just talk. Because they're there. And they take you from the sky and get people to come up to you and ask you for what you want. Oh, it's magical. Why? It really is. It's real, man. It's real. It's real. It is real.
Out my sheep and deliver them from all the places where they were scattered. Verse 16 says, I will seek what was lost and bring back what was driven away, bind up the broken and strengthen what was sick. But I will destroy the fat and the strong and feed them in judgment. In this, he also speaks of messianic prophecy when he speaks of David. He speaks of separating the sheep from the sheep, like Yahusha speaks in Matthew chapter 25, verse 32. For I myself will search for my sheep and seek them out, as a shepherd seeks out his flock on the day he is among his scattered sheep. So I will seek out my sheep and deliver them from all the places where they were scattered. Verse 16 says, I will seek what was lost and bring back what was driven away, bind up the broken and strengthen what was sick. But I will destroy the fat and the strong and feed them in judgment.
Good.
In this, he also speaks of messianic prophecy when he speaks of David. He speaks of separating the sheep from the sheep, like Yahusha speaks in Matthew chapter 25, verse 32. It says, When the son of Adam shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory, and before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divides his sheep from the goats. And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. Matthew chapter 25, verses 31 through 33. I want you to focus on what he promised, though. Verse 25 says, I will make a covenant of peace with them, and cause wild beasts to cease from the land, and they shall dwell safely in the wilderness and sleep in the woods. Verse 27 through 31, it says, they shall be safe in their land, and they shall know that I am Yahweh when I have brought this and sleep in the woods.
The woods. I did some power. I did some. I print this one. The woods and broken and sick, and in a special way. I like that one as well. Yeah. I can't wait to go to the woods. Stop it. The woods. I'll be looking for Misha'el in the woods. I just bring the music at you. Damn right, I'm bringing the music. Weird. Can you imagine this? Stop it. Please. In the woods, I've got the sun there as well. The wind, the trees, who knows? The trees might even come for a dance as well, because it'd be a different energy, wouldn't it? It'd be a spiritual. Can you imagine it? Oh, God, the children, they'd be getting all the treats. It'd be like the Silver Jubilee started, 1977, but 100 times better. I am pleased.
25 says,
and you're about to see Father. You're about to see him. Because he said, I'm going to show you face to face. Can you imagine? If it's you, it's you. Can you imagine it? And in the radiant, like, you're so bright, everyone's face would just be like, wow, look at your face, man. You see, I've just seen Father. You see, you tell, look at the radiant on you. Can you imagine it? Stop it, Dodo, please.
I will make a covenant of peace with them.
No war. Not worrying about this and what. None of that nonsense. Everything's natural. And can you imagine the smells? Because the earth smells, and you got the smell of the earth, and it uplifts you. The smell, it uplifts you. The trees, the smell of the trees uplift you. Oh, please, Dodo. Because when Adam got put in the cave, that's what you say. Oh, but the smell, it doesn't uplift me. I don't get no buzz from the smell of the trees. And I'm thinking, right, that's what happens. We don't know it because they turn into concrete jungle. Everything's money, 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 money. Machines, money, money. It just mash up the trees. When you look at the leaves on the trees when they first come out in autumn, they look black. Then after you come out the next day, they're black. Because of the cars and all that nonsense done. They mash up the earth down. They wear and tear the earth. They don't even let it rest on the Sabbath day, which you're meant to. You're meant to let her rest. You don't even do that. You are wicked children now. Wicked you are. You're wicked, man. You're wicked. This is why you're so ill and sick. They don't stop chucking petulance at you. They don't stop.
Matthew chapter 25, verses 31 through 33.
But why not?
I want you to focus on what he promised, though. Verse 25 says, I will make a covenant of peace with them, and cause wild beasts to cease from the land, and they shall dwell safely in the wilderness and sleep in the woods. Verse 27 through 31, it says, they shall be safe in their land, and they shall know that I am Yahweh when I have broken the bands of their yoke and delivered them from the hand of those who enslave them. And look what he said, and they shall no longer be for a prey for the nations, nor shall beasts of the land devour them, but they shall dwell safely, and no one shall make them afraid. I will raise up for them a garden of renown, and they shall no longer be consumed with hunger in the land, nor bear the shame of the Gentiles anymore. Thus they shall know that I, Yahweh their Elohim, am with them, and they, the house of Israel, are my people, says Yahweh Elohim. You are my flock, the flock of my pasture. You are men, and I am your Elohim, says Yahweh Elohim. We will no longer bear the shame of these other nations anymore.
Shame.
No longer deal with hunger, meaning we will be fed the word. We will know Yahweh. He says we shall also dwell in safety, and we will know Yahweh. When I was reading this, I felt so encouraged and so blessed, and I just felt like it should be shared. And he said much more, so let's just keep reading.
Go on.
We'll go to Ezekiel chapter 35. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of man, set your face against Mount Seir, and prophesy against it, and say to it, Thus says Yahweh Elohim, Behold, O Mount Seir, I am against you. I will stretch out my hand against you, and make you desolate. I shall lay your cities waste, and you shall be desolate. Then you shall know that I am Yahweh, because you have an ancient hatred, and have shed the blood of the children of Israel by the power of the sword at the time of the calamity, when their iniquity came to an end. Therefore, as I live, says Yahweh, I will prepare you for blood, and blood shall pursue you. Since you have not hated blood, therefore blood shall pursue you. Thus I will make Mount Seir most desolate, and cut off from it the one who leaves and the one who returns. And I will fill its mountains with the slain. On your hills and in your valleys, and in all your ravines, those who are slain by the sword shall fall. I will make you perpetually desolate, and your city shall be uninhabited. Then you shall know that I am Yahweh. Because you have said, These two nations and these two countries shall be mine, and we will possess them. Although Yahweh was there. Therefore, as I live, says Yahweh Elohim, I will do according to your anger, and according to the envy which you showed in your hatred against them. And I will make myself known among them when I judge you. Then you shall know that I am Yahweh. I have heard all your blasphemies which you have spoken against the mountains of Israel, saying, They are desolate. They are given to us to consume. Thus with your mouth you have boasted against me, and have multiplied your words against me. I have heard them. Thus says Yahweh Elohim. The whole earth will rejoice when I make you desolate, as you rejoice because the inheritance of the house of Israel was desolate. So I will do to you. You shall be desolate on Mount Seir, as well as all of Edom, all of it. Then they shall know that I am Yahweh.
All of it. Edom. Edom is modern Israel's breeding camp. That is the DNA. Edom.
Inheritance of the house of Israel was desolate. So I will do to you. You shall be desolate on Mount Seir, as well as all of Edom, all of it. Then they shall know that I am Yahweh. Ezekiel chapter 35, verses 1 through 15.
Not joking, is he?
Boy, if you truly understood how this world has been set up, and what really is at play in this world right now, not by the false lies and these mainstream narratives, but truly what was happening and what is happening in this world, this right here that we're reading in Ezekiel 35, I mean, it's so real. I mean, you can't even speak too much about this truth because the people that he's prophesied against will have you censored. But just read what he says here. Right after he prophesies of his blessing of his children, who he's going to gather, what he spoke.
I'm a different child, bro. About have you censored? I'm a different child, bro. I'm the child, bro. Believe me, I'm a different child. I don't like them. Listen, we was in the belly, right? These bleeding twins. I mean, out of all bleeding twins, I have to have a twin that's red and bleeding hairy, for damn sake. You know, so we're brown and sexy, the damn tramp, and Father Cartery. In Baxter, he's still taking it out on the humans as well. Right, and you made a promise, you said, right, that you wouldn't hurt the earth, and you wouldn't hurt your younger brother. He said, I know I did, yeah, but before I went there, I said, I'm not going to do it. It doesn't matter, you still said it to your mum, you damn tramp.
It's so real. I mean, you can't even speak too much about this truth, because the people that he's prophesied against will have you censored. But just read what he says here. Right after he prophesies of his blessing of his children, who he's going to gather, what he spoke about in Ezekiel 34, please understand, right after he prophesies of this, he prophesies direct judgment against Edom. The problem is that most of these Hebrew Israelites that are on these street corners talking about all the...
Look at it. Yeah, but Father did say he'd bring them back. He did say, and bring them, man. You're damn right, man. You're damn right, bro. Bring them back. They're our brothers, man. Bring them back, bro. You're damn right. You're damn right. They're just hurting, bro. They just don't know the story. Well, they do know the story, but they won't admit it. And all you have to do is simplify it. Your ancestors is the reason why we're here. Not because of white people. Your ancestors. Yeah, they've done a lot of naughty things, but if we was to do what we was told, then we wouldn't have been given. Remember, they didn't come and get us new, but there was Cuban and the riches, right? It was given, but we want back the Ark of the Covenant, though. You're damn right we do, Mr. Rome. We want it back, though. The Vatican.
And we're coming together anyway. Right? Don't take nothing out. Make sure everything's weird. D-Tramp. Make sure that. I'm not joking, we're serious.
It's nonsense. They really have been gatekeeping.
Right? Because we want to give him something back. We want to. We're talking about the sovereign. We want to. You're hearing. I'm coming for my sheep. You're hearing. Weird. So we want to give him a present, Dan. So we want it back. We're not joking. We're serious. We want to give him something back because he didn't forget us, Dan, and he made sure we didn't get burned. So we want to give him something back, Dan. We're not joking. We're serious. Wrong. We want the team back, Dan.
And making Esau the white man. So when people are reading this, they don't truly understand what Yahweh is saying here. Because just like in Christianity, they have falsely labeled the people that are in the land of Israel right now. They have falsely labeled them as the people that these scriptures are written about. The Hebrew Israelites, because of what they teach, they have also led to teaching about who Edom is falsely. People just look at it based upon skin color, which is just completely false.
True.
And I mean, the Christian church, they completely just ignore Edom today and anything about this prophecy. You won't hear any of this spoken about in the Christian church. So there's just confusion and people just don't understand or know.
True.
I made a video about Esau and who they are today. If you don't understand the culture of Esau and their history, you won't understand who they are today. Because here's the thing. Esau intermingled with these Khazarian converts. They intermingled with them and helped convert them just like they were converted by the Yahudim. They intermingled with them, as was their custom, to never rule over themselves. Either way, Ezekiel 35 is speaking straight prophetic judgment against the Rev 2.9s. His hand is set against them. I mean, if you have ever looked into what they have actually done in this world, how invested they were in the oppression of his people, just so they can keep them down, take their identity, and steal back their supposed birthright.
Yeah.
What you're seeing, it's spiritual hatred.
Yeah.
If you understood the financing of the slave ships, if you understood who financed the ghettos, like in New York, if you have ever seen where our people lived, and then you knew who owned those buildings, and who intentionally made sure that they did not invest in them, they made them slums. The people who financed our music and made sure the only thing they produced made us more wicked and made us more lawless. I mean, I could speak on and on about this. You have to be very careful today on how you even say it online because of the amount of power and influence that they have. Yet, if they were actually the chosen people of this book, they would be cursed. But people, they don't actually care about what the scriptures say. The mainstream narrative in Christianity is that these people are the people of this book. Yahuwah said, I will do according to your anger and according to the envy which you showed in your hatred against them, and I will make myself known among them when I judge you. I mean, this whole chapter is about judgment against the Rev 2.9s. In the mainstream narrative in this world, because you see the whole world is moving towards the Antichrist, they are all saying that the Rev narrative, whole chapter, and I will make myself known among them when I judge you. I mean, this whole chapter is about judgment against the Rev 2.9s. In the mainstream narrative in this world, because you see the whole world is moving towards the Antichrist, they are all saying that the Rev 2.9s are the people who the blessings of the prophecies are about. But when you analyze it according to what the scriptures actually say, and not what the masses, what they want you to believe, you can see the lie, and you can see why it's being told. I mean, do you understand Kabbalah and what they do? This is why I don't use the name Yahweh. It's because of their wickedness. They are against Yahuwah and speak directly in opposition of him. Yahuwah said, thus with your mouth you have boasted against me and multiply your words against me. I have heard them. Thus says Yahweh Elohim. He has heard their words.
You're giving me lots of homework. I'm going to give you something to do. I said, yes, you did. So well then, one good term deserves another. So you're damn right. This one, yes or no? Dear boy, I have no idea. I'm innocent. I'm in love. The love child. Yahuwah. Love child. Right, what are we going to call this one, guys? We're going to call this one Boast Against My Name.
name, which is you. Which is you then. Yeah. Okay. I got it, Father. I got it. And this one is the words. And this one is broken and sick. In a special way as well. Alright. That's for tomorrow. That's for tomorrow. Yeah, that's Yah willing. I know. What can I say? I'm looking forward to the woods. Oh, that's what it says. Sorry, woods, not words. Woods. O. It's better. Woods. Oh, S. The woods. I'm looking forward to the woods now. And the children there as well, innit? You're damn right now. Get to know the kids, innit? You're damn right. No TV, no nothing that nonsense. Just music, conversation. Light a fire and all sorts, man. And Father's there as well. I'm just asking him so much questions. How'd you do this? Show me some magic. He said, "This damn child." I said, "You're damn right. It's been decades." He says, "No, it's been centuries." I said, "No, it's been 400 years." He said, "Son, that 400 years is not even a day." I said, "Oh yeah, because one day is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is one day." He said, "You're learning something." He said, "Damn right. Hebrew, innit? The Hebrew. Dodo.
Words.
Boy.
Most people live in spiritual delusion, so you don't really understand what is actually happening.
Damn right. I don't know what's
Live in the reality of the scriptures. He has spoken judgment against them, which is why you've never heard of these verses. Because in the mainstream narrative, it doesn't fit. So no one's going to discuss the judgment upon Edom because people would ask, who is he talking about? And the Christian church, they're not prepared to answer.
Modern Israel.
Stop struggling with shallow sleep forever. Here's how. Okay, it might be uncomfortable to hear, but you need to know this. That exhaustion you feel every morning isn't just tiredness. It's your brain losing access to deep sleep, the only stage where it actually...
I don't want to buy nothing.
Now, I could keep going on till we get to chapter 40, really, but chapter 36 provides enough of the summary that we can end with it. So we will read Ezekiel chapter 36. "And you, son of man, prophesy to the mountains of Israel and say, O mountains of Israel, hear the word of Yahweh. Thus says Yahweh Elohim, because the enemy has said of you, Aha, the ancient heights have become our possession. Therefore prophesy and say, Thus says Yahweh Elohim, because they made you desolate and swallowed you up on every side, so that you became the possession of the rest of the nations, and you were taken up by the lips of talkers and slandered by the people. Therefore, O mountains of Israel, hear the word of Yahweh Elohim. Thus says Yahweh Elohim to the mountains, the hills, the rivers, the valleys, the desolate wastes, and the cities that have been forsaken, which became plunder and mockery to the rest of the nations all around. Therefore, thus says Yahweh Elohim, surely I have spoken in my burning jealousy against the rest of the nations and against all Edom, who gave my land to themselves as a possession, with wholehearted joy and spiteful minds, in order to plunder its open country. Therefore prophesy concerning the land of Israel, and say to the mountains, the hills, the rivers, and the valleys, Thus says Yahweh Elohim, Behold, I have spoken in my jealousy and my fury, because you have borne the shame of the nations. Therefore, thus says Yahweh Elohim, I have raised my hand in an oath that surely the nations that are around you shall bear their own shame. But you, O mountains of Israel, you shall shoot forth your branches and yield your fruit to my people Israel, for they are about to come. For indeed, I am for you, and I will turn to you, and you shall be tilled and sown. I will multiply men upon you, all the house of Israel, all of it. And the city shall be inhabited, and the ruins rebuilt. I will multiply you, man and beast, and they shall increase and bear young. I will make you inhabited as in former times, and do better for you than at your beginnings. Then you shall know that I am Yahweh. Yes, I will cause men to walk on you, my people Israel. They shall take the possession of you, and you shall be their inheritance. No more shall you bereave them of children. Thus says Yahweh Elohim, because they say to you, you devour men and bereave your nation of your children, therefore you shall devour men no more, nor bereave your nation any more, says Yahweh Elohim. Nor will I let you hear the taunts of the nations any more, nor bear the reproach of the peoples any more, nor shall you cause your nation to stumble any more, says Yahweh Elohim. Ezekiel chapter 36, verses 1 through 15. Wow. So let's understand what he's saying right here. Please understand what you're seeing here. After he prophesied against the shepherds of his people, and then he prophesied a blessing to his people, all in chapter 34. Then after he prophesied against Edom in chapter 35. Now what is he doing? Now he's prophesying to the land itself. The land promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He's prophesying to the land. If you understand the future and understand what we are waiting for, I mean, you will truly understand how beautiful it is what he's saying right now. Verse 3 says, as he prophesies to the land, because they made you desolate and swallowed you up on every side, so that you became the possession of the rest of the nations, and you were taken up by the lips of talkers and slandered by the people. This is what happened to the land. Then verse 5 says, surely I have spoken in my burning jealousy against the rest of the nations and against all Edom, who gave my land to themselves as a possession, with wholehearted joy and spiteful minds in order to plunder its open country. Again, do you understand what has happened in this world? These people took his land as a possession. The Rev 2:9 took his land and claimed it as their possession. And they did it with joy and with spiteful minds. And many people will say that that land that they're in right now, that's not truly the land. And that very well could be true. But you have to understand that doesn't matter, because these Rev 2:9 went and grabbed a great deal of land all over this world. Yahweh said they took possession of his land. But verse 6 says, therefore prophesy concerning the land of Israel, and say to the mountains, the hills, the rivers, and the valleys, thus says Yahweh Elohim, behold, I've spoken in my jealousy and my fury, because you have worn the shame of the nations. Therefore, thus says Yahweh Elohim, I have raised my hand in an oath that surely the nations that are around you shall bear their own shame. But you, O mountains of Israel, you shall shoot forth your branches and yield your fruit to my people Israel, for they are about to come. You understand, he prophesied to the land that as some about you. Therefore, thus says Yahweh Elohim, I have raised my hand in an oath that surely the nations that are around you shall bear their own shame. But you, O mountains of Israel, you shall shoot forth your branches and yield your fruit to my people Israel, for they are about to come. You understand, he prophesied to the land that at some point, the nations that surround his land, they will be judged. And later the land will yield fruit to his people Israel. They are about to come. Verse 10 says, I will multiply men upon you, all the house of Israel, all of it, and the cities shall be inhabited, and the ruins rebuilt. I will multiply upon you man and beast, and they shall increase and bear young. I will make you inhabited as in former times, and do better for you than at your beginnings. Then you shall know that I am Yahweh. Remember, when Yahweh promised the land, he said he's sending them to a land full of milk and honey. And he said he's going to be doing better to the land than at its beginning. This is our promise. He's prophesying to the land. Verse 12 says, yes, I will cause men to walk on you, my people Israel. They shall take possession of you, and you shall be their inheritance. No more shall you bereave them of children. The land is going to bear fruit. This is the prophecy of what we're waiting for. I mean, do you understand? Right here in these prophecies, he's just prophesying to the land itself. Do you understand how real that is? He's prophesying to the land. He's not just talking to people, he's talking to the land itself, and most people completely ignore what he's saying. He's talking to the land itself, and most people completely.
No, I know you just said that. I know my days. I know. Because the earth speaks, man. I know. And here is the way to explain it. I know. The earth speaks. And he's speaking to the earth, and he says, for Israel, because they are about to come. And this is how I want you to treat them. Wow. I didn't see that. He's talking to the land. Wow. Wow, Father, wow. He says, this is how I want you to treat them. Get ready. Why? Because they're about to come. Telling the land. Oh my days. because this is where they come in. So this is how you're going to treat them, the land. Man, because it speaks. And when it comes to batter you, this is what you're going to be scared of. The great noise, I told you about that. And now he's talking to the land to tell the land how to treat these children because they're about to come. And that's in Ecclesiastes chapter 36, 1 to 15, the land. That one's tomorrow. But I'm going to go and read it in my one. Because my one will have it where I'm going to start crying. You're damn right. The land, that's what that one's called. Wow, that one really put me to sleep, man. Wow, I'm going to build a nice spliff and just meditate on that, man. You've actually softened the land and told it to obey and serve us. It will be our inheritance. You told the land, oh my days. When it says why, because they're about to come. Who? Israel, my children, they're about to come. Oh, I have to hear that one again. I do, Father. Wow, wow, wow. And then he shows you the land, everything. One, you've done this one good, bro. I'm telling you. You've done this one really good. Please. This is, wow. Prophesies concerning the land of Yasharal. Say to the mountains, the hills, the rivers, and the valleys. That's not a job, you know. This is a real thing. This is the other side, isn't it? This is it. I know. And you play a nice part in it. I have no idea what part, but you play a part in it. I can guarantee you. Because this is the lifestyle you have in you. This. You don't fit in this world. Not at all. Not at all. You fit in this now. I know a dream about this. Look at this. And he's talking to the land, getting the land ready. I didn't think that. I know the land it speaks and all that and red tear, but to see Father preparing it for his children. I mean, like a proper father, treat you right. So you have to be a proper son, grandson. You have to be. You have to be very obedient now. And thank him for everything he does. Everything. Every last thing. No matter where you are. No matter who's around. And now he's prophesizing to the land now. Not just putting you somewhere. He knows where you're going. And he's telling the land, Israel's coming home soon. Oh, stop it. And the children that we're bringing with us as well. Don't forget that. So they're coming as well. Nice land. You see the water now. You're about to see your reflection in the river. You're about to see your reflection in the river. And the smell will be there for everything. Ah, magical. Trees, everything. And he's prophesizing to it as well, getting it ready. Can do loads of stuff with kids in it. It'd be like the Venture Playground, about 100 times better. Why? And that smell. Oh, you can only imagine it. And Father's in the vicinity as well. Magic, now. And Jesus. Oh, it'd be nice. It'd be nice. And all the other spirits that passed away. Everyone would be there, Dan. It'd be like the dance of the century. Big promotion. Dance of the century. Trust it, Dan. Oh, there'd be an ocean of tears. Everyone would be crying, man. They'd be beautiful. They'd be beautiful, man. I think that would be a celebration every year. That would be. You're damn right. I can't wait, Father. I really can't, man. It's so beautiful to be involved. It's a pleasure. It's a privilege to be involved, Dan. It really is, man. Just got to walk in your grace now, innit? I know, it's magical. The land is being prophesied now. As we speak, I know. And he's going to bring everyone, because he's going to give you one more chance, of course he is. And if you don't do it, then he'll kill you. So you will get a chance. And even if you try and whisper, I want to go back, He can hear you, and he'll just deal with you because it's a liberty. Because he could have left you in a Satan dance, but he didn't. Because don't forget, they got 7 years, so we're going to be there for a minute. And then when all that's nonsense there, let's finish it. You still got Satan up for 1,000 years, and getting all the others who are left, and seeing if they're going to change. Ain't going to kill people straight away, but you're going to be damaged and broken if you can survive all that. And then he'll bring you over to us and ask you if you want a chance. And if you still mash up, then they'll kill you. He's not going to kill you straight away because you're his children, man. You're his children, and he's so merciful. That's the word, isn't it? Merciful. Yeah, and this is the real Father we're talking about, not Jesus, God, and all them fools. There ain't no spirit in that. Let me show you how they live. They just take you to church, ask you for money, talk nonsense, and see you later. And then they just sit back with the riches. That's nonsense now. Absolute devilistic foolishness. But because they train you into money and, looking good and pretty, and you forget that you came to find out about Father. Yeah, they're dangerous, man, these people. Anyway, I want to know about this land. Are you 30 to come here? The land. Come here.
Your fruit to my people Israel, for they are about to come. You understand? He prophesied to the land that at some point, the nations that surround his land, they will be judged. And later the land will yield fruit to his people Israel, for they are about to come. Verse 10 says, I will multiply men upon you, all the house of Israel, all of it, and the cities shall be inhabited, and the ruins rebuilt. I will multiply upon you man and beast, and they shall increase and bear young. I will make you inhabited as in former times, and do better for you than at your beginnings. Then you shall know that I am Yahuwah. Remember, when Yahuwah promised the land, he said he's sending them to a land full of milk and honey. And he said he's going to be doing better to the land than at its beginning. This is our promise. He's prophesying to the land. Verse 12 says, yes, I will cause men to walk on you, my people Israel. They shall take possession of you, and you shall be their inheritance. No more shall you bereave them of children. The land is going to bear fruit. This is the prophecy of what we're waiting for. I mean, do you understand? Right here in these prophecies, he's just prophesying to the land itself. Do you understand how real that is? He's prophesying to the land. He's not just talking to people, he's talking to the land itself, and most people completely ignore what he's saying. He's restoring all things, and Israel will be the inheritance of the land. If you truly understand what he's prophesying, and you truly understand what he's promised, you can truly appreciate the promises that await us.
If your cheeks hurt, it's probably because you don't have one of these. When I worked as a physical therapist assistant, I'd always tell my patients, make sure you have something to fill in those gaps on your seats. They don't provide you the proper amount of lumbar support.
Now, what we're going to do, we're going to close this up here by finishing the chapter where all the blessing is truly explained. He's going to explain what the problem was, and then again, he's going to explain the solution. He says the solution many times throughout all these scriptures. Well, let's keep reading in Ezekiel 36, though. Moreover, the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, Son of man, when the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, they defiled it by their own ways and deeds. To me, their way was like the uncleanness of a woman in her customary impurity. Therefore, I poured out my fury on them for the blood they had shed on the land, and for their idols with which they had defiled it. So I scattered them among the nations, and they were dispersed throughout the countries. I judged them according to their ways and their deeds. When they came to the nations, wherever they went,
I judged them according to their ways and their deeds. So that has something to do with scattering as well. Yeah. Because we don't hear about the scattering. We need to know more about the scattering, though. We do. Because that is the issue.
had shed on the land, and for their idols with which they had defiled it. So I scattered them among the nations.
So this is when
me? Well, let's keep reading in Ezekiel 36, though. Moreover, the word of Yahuwah came to me, saying, Son of man, when the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, they defiled it by their own ways and deeds. To me, Their way was like the uncleanness of a woman in her customary impurity. Therefore, I poured out my fury on them for the blood they had shed on the land, and for their idols with which they had defiled it.
Blood that they've shed on the land. So they themselves are doing all that killing stuff as well. Do you know that? Do you know that? They just picked up their ways straight away, didn't they? I think the righteous way was just too hard for them. It was just too hard. It's, consistent, and it's father as well. It was just too much for them. And you can see in a lot of them, there's one and two of them that were like, man is real, and one and two of them, the sons are real. But some of them you see that you can see they're just doing it because they're comfortable in it. There's no spirit in it at all. There's no ruach condition at all. You can just look at themselves. And a lot of them will get killed. Many will be called. Many will be called. But only a few will be chosen. That I can tell you that from now. I can just see them, bro. Because they still got that West way in them. So that means you still got the world in you. So there is no way you're going to make it then. There is no way at all. I don't think you're going to get taken up. I don't think you're going to get taken up. So you'll be doing the 7 years then, what they're getting ready for now.
So I scattered them among the nations, and they were dispersed throughout the countries. I judged them according to their ways and their deeds. When they came to the nations, wherever they went, they profaned my holy name. When they said of them, these are the people of Yahweh, and yet they have gone out of his land. But I had conversations wherever they went, they profaned my holy name. When they said of them, these are the people of Yahweh, and yet they have gone out of his land. But I had concern for my holy name, which the house of Israel had profaned among the nations wherever they went. Therefore, say to the house of Israel, thus says Yahweh Elohim, I do not do this for your sake, O house of Israel, but for my holy name's sake, which you have profaned among the nations wherever you went. And I will sanctify my great name, which has been profaned among the nations, which you have profaned in their midst.
I know, it's really serious, right? Because the name is so serious, right, guys, that he even put it on my birthday. No, serious thing, bro. The man even put his name on my birthday. You know, the seriousness of it. Yeah, that's serious, his name is that. And that's in Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 11. And that goes equal with May 11th. That's dangerous, bro. It really is. He doesn't play, man. He doesn't. When he says something belongs to him, he says it's mine. First male belongs to me. Birthright belongs to me. First male is his. And first male livestock is his as well. Because we have to eat in the wilderness, don't we? See, he's got it all planned. That's why the livestock, first male, because we have to eat. And he wants celebrating as well. You damn right. He's got it all sorted out, man. And that's why we love you, Yahuwah Elohim. And we tell people about you damn right. Because he keeps saying, you will know who Yahuwah is. He keeps telling you this. He keeps telling you. And he's just blessed the land. Stop it. Is that serious? He's blessed the land. And if he tells the land to do something, it does it. If he tells the land to melt, it melts. And everything melts. So I don't know why you're hiding in bunkers, Esau. I have no idea. No idea. He's just securing his children, just like COVID in 2019. You didn't know what was going on. He did. He chucked COVID at you so you couldn't see what he was doing. And then he moved his children around. Yeah, man, he moves dangerous stuff. That's Yahuwah. That's how he works. It's his world. It's his, not man. It's his. He created the man. And they're the lowest ones that he created, them. But because his children wanted to be like them, he gave you them only for 400 years. And now his plan, he's moving his plan around now. That's it. But he's still telling us to bring you. This is how merciful he is. He's the greatest, though. He teaches you to be balanced, man. Not to be like these people. He knows how to do that. Just to speak it. Not to be it. Just speak it and let someone else do it. He's beautiful. So he told you don't do that stuff. Tell me and I'll speak it and do it. Beautiful. What a power he has. And it's the Ruach Kodesh. The thing we can't see. The thing we glide in. Dangerous though. Gentle. Kind. Considerate. Not frightening and wicked and all. Not at all. Can be. But isn't. And that's why these spirits will keep away. Because they know that they're in... This is not 33% though. You're too wicked to peaceful children. Peaceful children. The whole universe. No, because I don't believe there is one. The whole planet can see the child is a peaceful child. And you're still chucking your rubbish. Now the rubbish comes way at you till it cripples you. So even Satan says to help you. But he's the one who got you involved in it. You damn tramp. You're pagan. Do I look like a damn pagan? Like I burn children or encourage people to burn children? I have sex with children at 3 years and 1 day? Rest there.
And the nations shall know that I am Yahuwah, says Yahuwah Elohim, when I am hallowed in you before their eyes. For I will take you from among the nations, gather you out of all the countries, and bring you into your own land. Then I will sprinkle clean water on you, and you shall be clean. I will cleanse you from all your... I missed that. Sorry, do this for your sake, O house of Israel. Nations, but these are the people of Yahuwah, and yet they have gone out of his land. But I had concern for my holy name, which the house of Israel had profaned among the nations wherever they went. Therefore, say to the house of Israel, thus says Yahuwah Elohim, I do not do this for your sake, O house of Israel, but for my holy name's sake, which you have profaned among the nations wherever you went. And I will sanctify my great name, which has been profaned among the nations, which you have profaned in their midst. And the nations shall know that I am Yahuwah, says Yahuwah Elohim, when I am hallowed in you before their eyes. For I will take you from among the nations, gather you out of all the countries, and bring you into your own land. Right. Then I will sprinkle clean water on you, and you shall be clean.
Oh, please.
I will cleanse you from all your filthiness and from all your idols.
You're damn right. There it is there. There it is there. I'll sprinkle it on you and take it out of you. There it is there.
And you shall be clean.
Thank you.
I will cleanse you from all your filthiness and from all your idols. I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit within you.
Damn right.
I will take the heart of stone out of your flesh and give you a heart of flesh. I will put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes, and you will keep my judgments and do them.
Right.
Then you shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers. You shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim.
Yeah.
I will deliver you from all your uncleanness.
I'm going to do it right.
I will call for the grain and multiply it, and bring no famine upon you. And I will multiply the fruit of your trees and increase of your fields, so that you need never again bear the reproach of famine among the nations. Then you will remember your evil ways and your deeds that were not good. And you will loathe yourselves in your own sight for your iniquities and your abominations. Not for your sake do I do this, says Yahweh Elohim. Let it be known to you. Be ashamed and confounded for your own ways, O house of Israel. Thus says Yahweh Elohim, on the day that I cleanse you from all your iniquities, I will also enable you to dwell in the cities, and the ruin shall be rebuilt.
Right.
The desolate land shall be tilled instead of lying desolate in the sight of all who pass by.
Okay.
So they will say, this land that was desolate has become like the Garden of Eden, and the wasted, desolate, and ruined cities are now fortified and inhabited. Then the nations which are left all around you shall know that I, Yahuwah, have rebuilt the ruined places and planted what was desolate. I, Yahuwah, have spoken it, and I will do it.
Stop it.
Thus says Yahuwah Elohim, I will also let the house of Israel inquire of me to do this for them. I will increase their men like a flock offered as holy sacrifices, like the flock at Jerusalem on its feast days. So shall the ruined cities be filled with flocks of men. Then they shall know that I am Yahuwah.
Wow.
Ezekiel chapter 36, verses 16 through 38. Hallelujah. He says, I, Yahuwah, have spoken it, and I will do it. you can know he's going to do it. He said so. He said, then they shall know that he is Yahuwah. They will know it. You understand? He said he will be our God. That's what he said he will do. He will be our God. Yet all these Christians are fighting, saying Jesus is their God. They all will have a problem in the future. Please understand all that he has directed and said to us. He explained the problem. Just listen to what he says. Verse 17. When the house of Israel dwelt in their own land, they defiled it by their own ways and deeds. To me, their way was like the uncleanness of a woman in her customary impurity. Therefore, I poured out my fury on them for the blood they had shed on the land, and for their idols with which they had defiled it. Do you understand what he said there? Do you understand that when Israel lived in the land, they defiled it by living according to their own ways and their own deeds? He said their way was like a woman in her blood when she's in her period cycle. If you understood the Torah, he has said that he could not be near them. And so he poured out fury on them for their wickedness. And so what did he do? He poured out fury on them.
I know. I know. I know. I know. I know.
Woman in her blood when she's in her period cycle. If you understood the Torah, he has said that he could not be near them. And so he poured out fury on them for their wickedness. And so what did he do? He said it many times, but he also said it here in this chapter. Verse 19 says, so I scattered them among the nations, and they were dispersed throughout the countries. I judged them according to their ways and their deeds. I mean, I don't know how many times he can say this throughout the scriptures, but yet people ignore exactly what he did. He scattered them among the nations and dispersed them throughout the countries. He's spoken about it many times. He didn't just send them in Europe. He scattered them all over the world. And he did this with his fury poured out to them. This is what we know as Jacob's trouble. This is what he did to them. He told you directly about the problem, and he told you what he did about it. And while he punished them, he told you what he did to protect his own self. Verse 23 says, and I will sanctify my great name, which has been profaned among the nations, which you have profaned in their midst. And the nations shall know that I am Yahuwah, says Yahuwah Elohim, when I am hallowed in you before their eyes. Can you just imagine a child that is just bad, a problem child, but he's raised by good parents? It says, you have to live on your own. I got to push you away from me because you are not going to take down my good name because you refuse to do what I say and live right. You're not going to bring down my good name. This is what he did to his children. He sanctified his great name. He consecrated it. He protected it. He did not want his name to be known by the people who were defiling it. And so he sanctified it, which is why his name has not been used during the time of the Gentiles. Because based upon the foundation of the early church fathers, they did not know Yahweh. They reject him and they reject his name. Pay attention to what he said. He said the nations will know he is Yahweh when? When did he say the nations will know who he is? He didn't say when Christianity or the Christian church proclaims him, because this will never happen. He said the nations shall know that he is Yahweh when he is hallowed in us before their eyes. And this is precisely what you see happening today. His people are coming back to him, and they are fighting for his great name and the worship of him. While Christians call us evil for it, and they promote a Trinity belief that has nothing to do with him. It does not matter what they want to believe, though. They will know he is Yahweh soon, and they will learn the error and the consequences for their rejection of him and applying pagan doctrines to him. But anyways, this next part, this is what's important. And it's what you need to understand about what's going to be happening soon. This is the promises.
Just stop it.
Verse 24 says, for I will take you from among the nations, gather you out of all countries, and bring you into your own land. Do you know how many times he said this? This is what he has promised. I've spoken a great deal about the second Exodus. This is just another verse that speaks of it. If you do not know of this promise, you are not ready for the future at hand. If we read verses 26 through 29, he explains how he's going to fix us. He says, I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit within you. I will take the heart of stone out of your flesh and give you a heart of flesh. I'll put my spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes, and you will keep my judgments and do them. Then you shall dwell in the land that I gave to your fathers. You shall be my people, and I will be your Elohim. I will deliver you from all your uncleannesses. And if you understand what he's prophesied, you will see that he has already been doing this. I mean, many of us, we can feel the change in us. We went from not knowing anything about him to having a deep love and a deep reverence for him that's unmatched and unchanging and unwavering. He has given us a heart to do all that he has said in his word, and he's leading us to know him. And if you actually read in the next chapters when he speaks about awakening the dry bones, you'll understand exactly why and how he did this. But I'm not even going to go into this in this video. The point is that he is doing this right now. I mean, people I have never met all around the world are having the same exact thoughts as I am having at the same time. For me personally, with this ministry, things that people are going through, things that are being spoken to them in their minds, he leads me to speak directly of it at that point when it was needed. The strength he has given me personally over the last years, it's unreal. I can testify personally of the fulfillment of this. I mean, the love I feel and the peace that I have, the joy I live through, it can only be through him. All I want to do is serve him and help others serve him. That's my goal of life. He said this is what he's going to do. And after he does this, what next did he say? He said, after he does this, then we will dwell in our land. He said, we shall be his people, and he will be our God, and he will deliver us from all uncleanness, which is exactly why he sent Yahusha. Without Yahusha, we would not be atoned for. His plan and his ways are perfect, and I'm just so grateful for it all. He is my Elohim, and that is why I unapologetically tell everyone to serve Yahweh and love him the way he has desired and he declares. And if you don't do so, you do so at your own risk. But no one can ever say that people were not warned. This is how he ends it though. Verses 33 through 36. On the day that I cleanse you from all your iniquities, I will also enable you to dwell in the cities, and the ruins shall be rebuilt. The desolate land shall be tilled instead of lying desolate in the sight of all who pass by. So they will say, this land that was desolate has become like the Garden of Eden, and the wasted, desolate, and ruined cities are now fortified and inhabited. Then the nations which are left all around you shall know that I, Yahuwah, have rebuilt the ruined places and planted what was desolate. I, Yahuwah, have spoken it, and I will do it. He will do it. He's going to cleanse us from all our iniquities and enable us to dwell in the cities. The ruins will be rebuilt. You understand, land that may look desolate today and not fertile, it will be tilled and it will be used to grow our seeds. People will say this land looked like a desert land. It was desolate, but now it looks like the Garden of Eden. The land will be rebuilt and inhabited, and we will dwell in it. And the nations which are left after he judges the world, they will all know that Yahuwah has done this. And they will all know Yahuwah. They will all know him, and he said he will do it.
Summer heat wave alert. Tired of getting scorched while waiting in line or for transport, with your wrists and cheeks burning, sweating all over, or even suffering from heat stroke? Then don't miss out on this.
I encourage you to read these chapters on your own and understand what he has proclaimed. These are 3 chapters and explains our future. This is the summary of what you just read here. Understand, Yahweh's people broke his covenant. He cursed them exactly as he promised he would in Deuteronomy chapter 28. He punished them, he cursed them, and scattered them as he promised them. This is what we call Jacob's trouble. Edom was used to facilitate this because of the deep anger and hatred they have always had against Israel. Esau has tried to reclaim his birthright and oppress Jacob. The people of Edom, they took his land, they took their identity, and have said that they are the people. And they have worked directly against Yahuwah and has led the world to believe everything happening in this world is truly about them. They are, and he said he will do it. I encourage you to read these chapters on your own and understand what he has proclaimed. These are 3 chapters and explains our future. This is the summary of what you just read here. Understand, Yahweh's people broke his covenant. He cursed them exactly as he promised he would in Deuteronomy chapter 28. He punished them, he cursed them, and scattered them as he promised them. This is what we call Jacob's trouble. Edom was used to facilitate this because of the deep anger and hatred they have always had against Israel. Esau has tried to reclaim his birthright and oppress Jacob. The people of Edom, they took his land, they took their identity, and have said that they are the people. And they have worked directly against Yahuwah and has led the world to believe everything happening in this world is truly about them. They are the people that are being blessed in this world. When the truth is that Edom sold his soul and served Satan and is helping Satan bring forth his seed and helping Satan have a temple like Yahuwah did. Esau desires its own Messiah like Jacob had. And so they are bringing forth their agenda with it. It only seems like they're winning because people don't understand prophecy. But Yahweh has expressed severe judgment against them.
True.
It is written. And after all this judgment that Yahweh has proclaimed against his people and against his land and against Edom, in the last days, he is going to restore his people back to their land. He's going to cleanse them, and he will be their God once again. Wow. And the world will know that he is Yahuwah. These 3 chapters of the Bible have explained the whole biblical agenda of this current world that you are in. These chapters will provide clarity for anyone who's looking to understand what is upon this world. According to the mainstream narrative, particularly in Christianity, they believe these verses and the blessings that are spoken about are more about the people in Israel today. And they have made many false narratives around it. And they will skip many parts of the scripture that proves this narrative to be false. It's important that you live in a biblical reality and understand what is truly upon this world. Do not tie yourself to the false narrative that this world is selling because it leads to the beast. For me personally, when I read these 3 chapters, it overjoyed me. I just felt great joy. And I wanted to share this joy and clarity with you. Judgment is upon this world. Make no mistake about it. Well, blessings are upon his people as well.
True.
Blessings are upon the people of Yahweh who love him and attach to him. Both natural and wild grafted in branches who live in the truth will be a part of the blessings and the promises that Yahweh has promised to Abraham.
True.
This is real Bible prophecy, not jumping around, isolating verses, reading chapters of the whole book. You have to read it all straight through and understand that this is prophesied many times over in this book and the other books of the prophets. It should be studied and understood, but unfortunately it's not. I mean, like, again, if you just read on to chapter 37, when he prophesies of the dry bones and what he's going to do with the dry bones, this is more prophecy about us and blessing us and waking us up. And this has already happened right now. This is happening right now. The dry bones are actually awakened. This is a beautiful time in this world.
It certainly is.
For those who are awake, they are blessed and they are living in blessings and anticipation.
That's right.
But this world, it's in judgment. And the majority are not ready for this. I felt compelled to read these chapters and make this and let those with an ear to hear understand that Bible prophecy is soon to be fulfilled and Jacob is soon to be restored. Do not grow weary. Do not grow anxious. Do not grow impatient. Do not let the things of this world overtake you. Blessings are about to come to Yahweh's people and judgment is upon this world. You just must live in the truth and stay ready. The second Exodus is soon to come. And all those who truly love Yahweh and have submitted to him, both natural and wild branches, it's imperative that you live in the truth and you stay ready. Yahweh said he will do it. You must trust him. He has told us what he's going to do so many times, so there could be no confusion. If you just read all these books from these prophets, he says the same thing over and over again. The only reason people don't know about it is because they're not reading. These 3 chapters give us a blueprint that you can understand.
What's going on?
This is what is happening in the world today. Read these chapters on your own and continue reading 37, 38 day. Read these chapters on your own and continue reading 37, 38, 39. This is all the future here. Understand it all and live through it sincerely and truly, because judgment is coming to this world for those who refuse to understand this and who refuse to live through this. The side of the truth that you're on determines whether you're on the side of judgment or on the side of the blessings. Be a part of the blessings and not a part of the judgment. But that choice is yours. This is what is.
Right, good.
Is happening in the world today. Over and over again. The only reason people don't know about it is because they're not reading. These 3 chapters give us a blueprint that you can understand. This is what is happening in the world today. Read these.
Boy. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's nice. That is nice. You call that nice, Papa? That is nice. Yeah, you call that nice, Papa? That is nice.
Chapters on your.
Oh, even better. Even better. Even better. You call that nice, Papa?
Own. And continue reading 37, 38, 39. This is all the future here. Understand it all and live through it sincerely and truly, because judgment is coming to this world for those who refuse to understand this and who refuse to live through this. The side of the truth that you're on determines whether you're on the side of judgment or on the side of the blessings. Be a part of the blessings and not a part of the judgment. But that choice is yours. Either way, I am so excited for many of us because his word is true and he has been thorough in making sure that we know, and he has said he will do it.
Sure.
So believe it and live through it. I wanted to make sure this is available to all who need to hear this and remember this. Be encouraged and stay convicted and live in remembrance. I hope this blesses who it was for. We'll continue on with the other topics that we have on hand. Until that time, please continue to grow in knowledge and truth. Live your life in the truth and stay out of the lies, because the kingdom of Yahweh is truly at hand. Be ready for it.